Hey, hey everyone. Hey, howdy. How we all doing? Hi everyone. Howdy, 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 howdy. Full on hot pot? Oh shit. I'm jealous. Start on vacation tomorrow? Yeah. Happy holidays to folks who are on vacation and stuff. I hope you have a nice little break. And hey, if you don't, I hope you have a nice weekend. If if you're not celebrating the holidays, I hope you have a good weekend. And hey, it's almost 2023. You notice how no one's going like, man, 2023 is gonna be my year. Like, everyone's given up. It is going to be a year where events take place. So, I went out today for an interview, and they essentially said, hey, like, if you want it, the job's yours. The problem is it's like very part-time, even though it was advertised as full-time, and it's a bit of a commute. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna take it. I feel like I should, just because I feel like me getting a job offer any days is like, I feel like I gotta take it, you know? The lying is a little sus. But if I did take it, I would be a teacher. I would be an art teacher. Which is kind of a fun idea. Yeah, it's not a good reason to take it. Of just like, hey, I got offered a thing. But there's also like no benefits or anything, so I don't know. They seem like nice people. I'm gonna sit and think about it for a few days. But I don't know. But if anything, it felt good having like someone in a professional capacity be like, you're a good artist, like like someone I did already know. So I was like, yeah, that felt good. What sort of level of teaching? It would be like it was like 10 to 15-year-olds, and basically the class I would be teaching is like digital art, so learning the Adobe suite and that kind of stuff. And I was like, it would be a lot of fun. Benefits are the only good part of being a teacher. Yeah. Unfortunately, because it seems like it's so part-time, I don't think it's considered like a public school teacher kind of thing. Nothing bad about getting some limited experience. Yeah. It's one of those, like, it's in the back of my mind. I kind of am leaning towards it. Because one thing that would be nice about it is, like, the hours for it would be nice. Because since it takes place after, because it's like a side school, and they offer, you know, like summer school and winter school kind of thing. The earliest it would be is like 4 p.m. classes. So, which that's right up my alley. That's like right when I wake up. So that's nice. I also, there was a coffee shop right by the place, and I went and got a chai latte, and it sucked. It was like water. There was no flavor. Very disappointing chai latte. I'm shaking my head. Wagging my finger, coffee place. Gotta use the "cause I point" when I teach something new. So yeah, we'll figure. I'll let you guys know if anything happens. 'Cause I obviously want to keep streaming, because that streaming would still be my main source of income if I took this job. So I would obviously keep streaming. Chai supposed to have so much. I know. Normally, like, chai latte is one of my, like, I can get that anywhere and I'll be satisfied usually. But anywho, that was my day. Also, the roads are all icy, so people don't know how to drive. So I just took like a lift. Because my car is, it needs a lot of things to be working again. But yeah, traffic was terrible. It was pretty out though. I walked around a little bit once I got my, my watered down chai latte. Just because I was like, something about walking around when you can see your breath is such a, like a new thing for me to experience still. Just living in the South. So it was pretty. Everything's still covered in snow because there's also been there's a winter storm alert until tomorrow night or something like that, because it started dipping lower in temperature, but I don't think it's raining or snowing, so I think it's just cold. Good time to be in Florida? There's never a good time to be in Florida. Temperatures I would like to see is like 30. 30's like, I can see my breath, it feels like winter, I can open a window. And then anything up to like 60 is okay. Once it gets past 60, like, what's the point? Anywho, the Steam Winter Sale started, and this game's been on my watch list for a bit. I saw some folks recommended it to me. Thank you very much for the recommendation. It's a little game called Roadwarden. It's a text-based kind of RPG with like a minimal visuals and stuff, but super caught my attention. Like I got it in the queue one time and I was like, yes, please. It came out like in September, I think. Also, hey, Matt. It's 25 in Texas? Wow. Yeah, it's like 20 here right now. 23. But I don't really know anything about the plot or story of this game. I just saw basically pictures of it and like the first few seconds of the trailer, and I was like, yeah, I'm playing this. I have it on. You can have it be pixel font, but I figured for ease of streaming and myself, we'll leave it on basic, so it's a little easier to read. Yeah, let's start a new one. Everyone knows to stay away from the wilderness. Most people would never risk a lonely journey. Roadwardens not only accept the struggle, they embrace it. They deliver messages, assist merchants, burn human corpses, and if possible, get rid of the beasts and highwaymen. They live on the road, die young, or retire early. It's a dangerous job, but a respectable one, and it pays well. I leave the safety of the city walls. I still have my doubts. We're gonna leave the safety. Let's do it. Select the difficulty mode. It cannot be altered. Casual, standard, restrictive. 30-day time limit, increased nighttime damage, regular. Oh, we'll just do standard. We're just gonna do standard. The wall is still standing. There are no wolves around, no stench of blood. Good signs. This should be the place you're looking for. You're supposed to meet with a group of soldiers, but you hear no voices, no sounds of labor. The gate is ajar. Well, I thought it was a gate! But the camp isn't safe. It may keep away the goblins and pebblers, but not beast folk nor trolls. And the night is near. Your palfrey breathes heavily. It had a long day. Palfrey? Palfrey? Is that a pup? Is that a dog? Go look for another shelter. Look around cautiously. Dismount and sneak to the gate. Or is this like a horse? Palfrey? Palfrey? Cover the horse and enter camp briskly. I'm gonna look around cautiously. Palfrey's a horse? I was like, I've never heard that word. Considering the noise, you doubt that anyone noticed the clatter of hooves. The short, dry grasses barely cover the arid soil of this valley, but you're maybe a minute away from the edge of the sparse woods, which gets dense as they climb up the hills. At best, this trail has a few more years before getting overgrown for good. Hard to believe it's the only route north. Could just look for another, dismount and sneak to the gate. Let's peek inside. Yeah, we're being sneaky. If you're hurt or exhausted, some actions won't be available to you. The weaker you are. Okay, so this is health. This is our time. 30 minutes before dusk. Your heavy boots hit the ground, and the pain of a long ride finally catches up to you. You stretch out, bringing your back and legs comfort. All you want now is a table, a decent chair, a nice mug of beer, and some warm stew. With any luck, your axe won't be needed here. Approach slowly. If it's a military camp, it doesn't look the part. Plenty of wasted space, the fire pit is cold. 2 people are sitting at the table, tired and disheartened. They're looking in different directions, paying no attention to one another. One of them is holding a cup. After a moment, you notice the quiet humming. You recognize the melody of a light-hearted drinking song from the city harbor. They don't look like a threat. It takes them a few breaths to glance in your direction. The first person greets you with a wave of his hand. There are bags under his eyes. His beard is messy. Despite his simple shirt, he's wearing durable, decent boots. A mace with a head covered in iron hangs at his sides, but he doesn't reach for it. Take a look at this second soul. Just like you, she's wearing a Gam? It's wearing Gam's son. But hers is a bit loose, as she just took it off a corpse. Her head is shaven, if she's protecting herself from flesh-eating bugs. Her eyes are weary, yet kind. She smiles. Considering the squad was sent here half a year ago, these 2 surely look the part. So there should be more of them. 8, you believe. I'll let them speak first.
It's nice to see an unharmed traveler in this godforsaken shithole. Makes me just a tiny bit hopeful.
The bearded man's voice is strong yet timid. Was that a strong yet timid voice?
You'll be staying the night with us, I guess.
We're soldiers, he and I, adds the armored woman. Her moment switches from half asleep to relaxed. We'll do our best to keep the camp safe, but if you were to take first watch, it would be a huge help. Travelers ought to help each other, wouldn't you say? You think for a moment. To fully rest, you need a good sleep. I will join and take watch. Fantastic. She rubs her hands together. I don't remember the last time I had more than half a night of sleep. Hours before midnight should be the calmest. Just wake us up if anything happens. The man flashes you a wide smile.
It's nice to wake us up just yet. It's easy, in fact, I can't read.
Ask them about their lieutenant. You wonder how to phrase your question. Whenever you meet new people, you can influence how they perceive you by selecting one of the attitudes. Friendly, playful, distant, imitating, vulnerable. I'm gonna be friendly. I was hoping to meet your lieutenant. Could we talk for a bit? The woman lets out a loud sigh, dusts off her gamson, and steps towards you. She pays little attention to the sword at her side. We most definitely can, you and I, though holding this rank is still somewhat new to me. Are you a messenger? Did you lose your mount? She observes you with curiosity, or are you looking for help? I'm your new Roadwarden. My horse is waiting outside. Really? The soldier in the shirt leans forward. That explains how you got here all in one piece by yourself. Had to bring your beast here, adds the lieutenant. We know hey, but I bet it dreams of dropping its saddle. A long pause. I'm Tulia, by the way. She reaches out her hand. I shake her hand. I'm ... It may be a trap. I gesture for her to stop pretending to be embarrassed. I should wash myself first.
We're not.
No, I'm shaking her hand. What should people call me?
Dan.
Her grasp is confident. The shake is slight. Just keep your horse away from the tents. She steps away. We don't need to smell its dung. There's this one issue. The soldier in the shirt also rises to his feet.
We no tent to spare. You'll have to use the blanket or something.
I enjoy observing the stars. I should get used to sleeping on the ground anyway. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be positive. You walk through the gate. Your mount looks around and snorts. That was my horse snort. Not many humans could ride a horse. It's not only taller than you, but also bulky, as heavy as it is strong. You can get in the saddle within a single breath, but most people wouldn't know where to even begin. On every side, it's wall of flesh.
Wall of flesh.
Horses were brought to the Dragon Woods from a conquest in the south. They can trot for a long time, but won't outrun some of the local monsters. Your palfrey needs you to survive. Without you, it too would be lost. I want it to feel at ease. Takes a few steps towards you, scolding you with another snort. You scratch the bottom of its neck with strength and confidence.
Just the way it likes.
Humans see useful animals, even as pets, as monsters in disguise. Getting emotionally attached to them is believed to lead humans to their doom. But you know that horses need companionship. Friendly horse. You end up next to the fire pit. Removing the saddle makes the horse snicker with relief. You take a couple of minutes to examine its back, just in case. While the riding equipment is not that heavy for such a strong animal, with enough time, it starts to chafe. You wish you had something better to eat than shabby grass. You should look for an inn. An inn? There's a tent, and that's it. Need to unpack. You haven't brought that many things, and you lost one of the sacks while fleeing the Crimson Corpse Eaters. Worst of all, you have no rope left, but maybe... You know what? You can't see my mouse, I just realized. Here we go. Dampy. But maybe the soldiers could share one. Shouldn't cost more than a dragon bone. Aside from the travel set, you own a few valuable possessions essential for your trade. A fighter, a mage, or a scholar. Spent my savings on decent combat equipment. I have a fine gamson, an axe made of steel, and a reliable crossbow with quarrels. I have talismans that help me use my powers, as well as an iron axe and a warm gamson. I carry writing instruments and alchemical ingredients, as well as an iron axe, warm gamson, and a healing potion. I like the alchemical ingredients. We're gonna be a scholar. Armor 2 of 4, it will stop the later attacks, but not for long. Taking hits damages your armor. You can fix them in various settlements. You unpack and inspect your belongings. Your water skin isn't pierced. The spare clothes are still there, just in case. Oh. Food rations. Pouch with coins. The city artisans make coins by cutting dragon bones into slices. They're valued by merchants. They're rarely used in the countryside. That's cool. Gamson. Padded defensive jacket made of linen filled with rags. It's the cheapest type of armor, yet surprisingly effective, and as a result, very common. To brew new potions, you'll need to find a suitable tool and some undisturbed time. Brewing is difficult in your alchemical skills, while humble are valuable. Travel set. Writing instruments. Battle axe. An earthenware bottle with liquid which heals one's wounds. Take a look at your wooden bowl and mug, your cape. Have a cape? Tinderbox, bandages, food rations, knife, nothing special or too cumbersome. From time to time, your routine helps to avoid mistakes, but this doesn't make it any more exciting. They're at the table again, observing your beast and chatting between themselves. Your stomach growls at the sight of them eating out of wooden bowls. One more bowl was put at a previously unused end of the table. You can sit down on a tree log. Join them, take a look at the meal. Thank them for the meal, but don't want to eat with them. Ask Tolia what she can about me. Completely ignore the meal. Sit down. I'm gonna be friendly. We're gonna be friendly. Friendly until proven reason to not be friendly. It's cold gruel, a meal eaten in times of hardship. This specific bowl is filled with water, hog millet, some strange-looking cereals, and blueberries. Welcoming you with a meal, even a humble one, is beyond their duty. Soldiers live with and for their companions, constantly on their move from one part of the realm to another, making sacrifices to protect their group from a face of a dozen hideous creatures. Their lives are filled with discipline, hardship, and camaraderie. Roadwardens, on the other hand, learn how to work by themselves. They seldom engage in open combat, patrolling the same roads for years. They help settlements stay in touch, but also maintain commerce, settle down, forge friendships. When there are no laws to follow, they use their own judgment. Different responsibilities, different lifestyles. Okay, so we're kind of like a ranger, scout kind of thing for the Roadwardens. She's focused and chooses her words carefully. She looks away when she gathers her thoughts. I'm afraid I can't tell you less than I would like to, and less than I should. She nods toward the other soldier. As you can see, there's not a lot of us left. At the beginning of summer, there were 8 of us, including our previous lieutenant. 5 are dead, 1 run away in tears. We're also strangers to this land, as her companion. And a piece of information may help me do my job. Oh, what's this? Nourishment. 3 out of 4. The man leans forward, his legs shake nervously. He sounds like a kid asking a bard to sing one more story, tell a joke, or do a magic trick. Whatever it takes to escape from boredom, his untrimmed beard hides a much younger face than he originally thought.
What do the officials tell you? I expect not much. No soul governs these lands.
Share what I consider relevant, what I've discussed with the officials to stay between me and them. I share. You tell the soldiers how little guidance you've received since this area is too far away from Holovan? To keep it under control, you were warned it's untamed and unknown. Who knows how many villages, bandits, or monsters may be found in these unmapped hills and forests. From time to time, new people come here to look for boundless opportunities. Most of them never return. Do they turn into walking corpses, or find what they're looking for? No soul could tell me, so I was looking for your guidance.
Havlin will, Havlin deal. Havlin, many good.
The lieutenant drinks from her cup and crosses her legs. I just crossed my legs. That's me. Ankle on knee. Seeing her chair makes you doubt she'll ever find a comfortable position. Where should we start? What should I know about the peninsula? Any idea what happened to the previous Roadwarden? Lost my rope. Can you spare me one? What happened to your squad? Tolia, how'd you become a lieutenant? What's your squad's mission? Anything I should know about the camp? If you were me, where would you go next? Before I continue, I'm going to ask them about peninsula, Roadwarden, and rope. What should I know about camp? I'm all burpy all of a sudden. The story's brief. Some merchants built their camp to have an extra stop for mules and donkeys just between the inn and the southern villages. There's plenty of grass here and a pond nearby. When the peninsula grew more dangerous, the camp stood abandoned, from time to time serving as a shelter for travelers. The bandits came here in spring, further paralyzing the exchange of information between the north and southern settlements. Since these highwaymen are no more, the situation may reverse. Time will tell. You can sleep here or wherever you want, the man concludes the tale. Though don't expect me to wake up without pain in your back. What should I know about the peninsula? I'll tell you what I know, and you'll be the judge, says the lieutenant. How long did it take you to get here from the city? On a decent palfrey, I guess it would be 3-4 days. When you confirm, she continues. From here, you can reach the coast in about a day, as long as you don't make any stops. Do you know the situation, why no ships can get here? You nod. The sea route allows Haviland officials to keep in touch with coastal villages, collect taxes, move soldiers, collect lumber, deliver woods. But maintaining order in a wild coast such as this one is like filling the ocean depths with coins. Because of the rocks, you can hardly stop a ship 5 miles from the shore, and boats can't get much closer. Okay. She nods. I don't know much about fishing, but there's not that many people living in the shore. They don't crave to stay in touch with the city folk. As she pauses, her companion carries on.
No soul from the north ever came to camp. But when we travel in the roadside inn, Pelt to the north, they're happy to trade and play dice.
Why not just stay at one of them? The man clears his throat.
I mean, well, we're to guard this road, and this camp is our post, and well...
Tornsters told you. She lowers her voice. Don't take it the wrong way, Dan, but are you a devout soul?
Oh!
Am I a devout soul? Like most city folk, I believe people should unite their strength to overcome the threats of nature and dark magic. Everyone will be judged for both good and evil deeds. I'm part of the United Church. Or, for many years, I've supported a monastery that does its best to advance mankind's spiritual growth, artistry, herbalism, and magical research. I follow the teachings of an order of truth. I'm from a small village. For me, freedom of shell, pneuma, and soul are the main virtues of life. My community is unique and independent, and so are its members. I have a place in my fellowship of the ring. It's the only time I've ever heard fellowship, but I like fellowship. I have a strong connection to nature and spirits. I follow the path of my ancestors. Some of my beliefs may be considered sinister and treacherous by the city folk. You should probably call me a pagan. There's no evidence in the right's existence, and all mystical tales are explained by magic. No, I'm not. I'm kind of leaning towards fellowship. I feel like that one fits this guy, this Roadwarden I've built in my head in the past like few minutes. I see. She hesitantly looks away. I don't know much about the Rivers of Faith, but I'm sure we're not that different. I'm a Unite myself, she says with a sort of pride in her voice, so she follows the United Church. The people here are disquieting. Every few words she taps the table with her finger. Her traditions won't help them negotiate with officials. Here, she starts to draw lines with her index finger as she's pointing to an invisible map. The peninsula is connected with roads, like a big circle. In the northwest, you'll find a weird village at the bog. It's not exactly pagan. Pagan? All these words I've never said out loud, I just hear them in my head. It's pagan, right? Yeah, okay. Not exactly pagan. I don't think. Even it has a priest who claims to be an ermite like yourself.
They do crazy shit.
Her companion chips in.
They use the dead to cut trees down and dig in soil. Once I saw it, I begged to never return there.
I see. You've heard tales such as this one since you were a child. If an isolated settlement manages to survive without a city's influence, its custom and traditions grow more and more alien. Every generation learns how to adapt to the dangerous conditions they have to deal with, and the rustic pagan traditions muddy their river of faith. The United Church often warns its members about the crazy druids, necromancers, and blood mages, the bringers of doom, the traitors to humankind. Hey, Ashton. How you doing? Anything worth that could catch my mount? How about the east? Were you able to speak with these necromancers? You see why we're not eager to go there if we could avoid it, the lieutenant chuckles. Maybe they'll be more welcoming to a Roadwarden. The roads are dangerous, with little to no shelters. People need your help. The man in the shirt turns a bit and points his finger to the northwest.
If you're heading to the undead village, you'll get to an inn first, and soon.
Tilly nods. Pelt to the north is a safe place. You can talk with the innkeeper or the guards, ask them about the road. And how about the east? She stares off across the camp. Hard to tell. We went there only once. There are hills, forests, rivers. We saw a tunnel sculpted in leaves and branches, but we didn't enter it. Wilderness all around. Any monster worth mentioning?
We saw all sorts of beasts.
The man starts to count as the fingers.
Goblins, treants, cats, large and small, runners, howlers, wolves, spiked boars, mufflin eaters, griffins. But we managed to stay away.
Some could catch up with most mounts, Talia glances at her companion, though a palfrey should be fine. The trees are so tall that flying creatures keep the coast and mountains. There's not that many humans around, and the animals are busy fighting amongst themselves. They fight more for food than territory. The soldier cracks his knuckles. Hang on. Damn it. That's the one crack I got.
Don't provoke them and ride fast. Just count on luck.
That's all I need to know. And then I want rope.
I lost my rope.
You're in luck. She heads towards one of the crates and moves aside a large linen sack revealing a rope. She brings it back and nonchalantly sits down on a chair. Take it, and is planning to leave it behind. Take a closer look. Hey, Tom! Let's take a closer look. A fine rope. I'll be the judge of that. Hemp fibers. I take it and I don't just buy. I'm not buy cheap. I'm not giving them food. You kidding me? I'm pulling watch for them so they can sleep. That's more than enough. Tully nods. For now, you leave the rope on the table. Wait, I didn't take it? No, I did. Okay. What happened to the previous Roadwarden? Tully takes a deep breath. Are you a bit late for a rescue mission? We haven't heard from him for almost half a year. Soldiers speak for a bit between themselves, trying to get their story straight. They confirmed that he had stopped by their camp a few times, but stopped showing up at all early summer. The bearded soldier starts to scratch the table with the tip of his knife without looking at you.
I don't remember his voice. I was busy drowning in things to take care of. He would sit somewhere, sharpen his sword, fix his loud mail, clean clothes, write notes on that wax tablet of his.
Yep, and leave it on. Unlike us, Asterion never gets bored. Tully lets out a joyless chuckle. He's secretive, but some of the locals speak about him warmly. Maybe he just doesn't like us. Since you're not sure if he's dead or not. If anyone knows, maybe they won't tell us. Maybe someone's keeping him in the basement. The man carves with passion.
We haven't seen him or Asterion. Something ate them, I bet.
The officials have hired you, right? They don't expect him to return. Richer Roadwardens often use four-legged, meat-eating saurians as their mounts. They have to be tamed and trained since hatchling, but unlike horses, can easily defend themselves from many monsters. At least your palfrey is fast and reliable, and won't suddenly sink its teeth into an innocent passerby. Do you know what he was looking for? Maybe he left a message? Neither one of us had any insight into his dealings, said Tulia. My predecessor left me no clues. We also took a look at Asterion's stuff. Oh wait, she opens her palm. I almost forgot. She stands up and heads to a nearby tent. He has kids in a village near Howler. I was planning to take all his things there. A pouch, second spear, decent bow, some potions. Quite a treasure. She glances at you. But I would much prefer to bring the truth about their father. So you want me to find out what happened to him in exchange for his stuff? Here's the catch. She dusts off the hilt of her sword. We hired a messenger to ask about the commanders for further orders. Since she hasn't returned and you know nothing about her, she either ran away or something happened to her. She sighs with resignation. We're meant to stay here until fall. What do you think? Come see us. Tell us what you learned about the man and we'll go back to Hovland together. You think about your real mission. You were planning to return to Hovland and not really fall anyway. If he's alive, I don't think he's going to be happy about me taking away all his possessions. True, but he's considered dead. I doubt he'd begrudge you for anything. And who knows? You may just find his shell lying on the roadside tomorrow. He wears mail, uses a spear mostly, maybe 5 feet tall, but stout. Long red beard, short face, pale face. Short hair, pale face. Short face. He's got a short face. Rarely smiles. She glances at her companion, but after he adds nothing, she sits down and stretches her legs out. So find out what happened to him, dead, alive, just let me know. you were me, where would you go next? The soldier answers quickly.
To the inn, of course.
He grabs his empty mug.
The one northwest of here. If you can't afford the room, main hall's free of charge.
The locals rarely gather there. The northern road's much more traveled, mentions Tulia. But the hunters will tell you about this and that, and you'll have a chance to introduce yourself. The innkeeper can listen. He knows many souls. Any tips on how to make a good first impression? She smirks. Avoid cheap jokes. Stick to trade. Don't waste his time. Show him you can be relied on. I got everything I need, I think.
You sure?
Says the bearded man.
We may not be around the next time you come here.
Well, now I'm not sure. Let's go back. What happened to your squad?
Bandits happened. Strong band.
His companion chips in. When we got to the peninsula in spring, we saw some people living in the camp. The lieutenant decided to avoid it and look for an inn. We had to travel through the night for a bit. The bearded soldier scoffs and crosses his arm, but she carries on. If he had decided otherwise, we would all have died that day. The innkeeper explained that the camp is a trap, that the armored ones pretend to be soldiers. Stay there at night, lose everything you have. Sounds like slave hunters. Very much so. They killed some and took others away. Who knows where? They were letting the northerners go, hoping to avoid their wrath.
It kind of worked.
As a soldier,
we asked them for help, but they refused. We had to clear the entire camp on our own, and that's why 3 of our people died.
Don't exaggerate. It's not like the lieutenant didn't make a mistake. He wanted to get rid of them and take over the camp, but we didn't know our enemy well enough. We were outnumbered, and we had an ice mage among them. They had an ice mage among them. She looks at you. At least we cleared the road, saved lives. You mentioned monsters? Nothing that would surprise you. Those of us who survived the skirmish were young, too inexperienced to spend a summer in the place without a good leader. They didn't trust me. One of them got caught by a treant. Another one ignored my orders and performed some sort of ritual hunt, so a werebearer tore her top to pieces. Why'd I say top? I just put the word top in there. The last one tried to act tough. Didn't tell us he had cut his hand while cleaning his gamson. She lets out a nasty chuckle. We had to cut it off, and he was so ashamed that he decided to walk north, find a new life, disappear. Idiot. What a colorful journey. What a colorful journey. The man tries to drink from his mug, but it's empty. You made the place safer. Barely. Tulia seems tired, and who knows if it was worth the lives and effort.
I'm good.
We should prepare for the night. I agree. Tulia sighs with relief. It may do you better than Asterion did. Stay vigilant. She winks at you, shattering the mask of a soldier. Oh, she winks at me. There's a chance, Chet. No. Thanks for your help. Coffee sip. There's a lot of reading in this, but I like it. It's fun kind of piecing the world together. And hey, if anything, it's helping me learn how to read. You go to the barrel and splash your face with water, which makes you even more aware of how much you need a bath. After the night, it'll only get worse. Your horse is already napping, still too anxious to lay down. I prepare for my watch. Hooked on phonics worked for me. The soldier in the shirt is eager to guide you.
Just observe the area. There's plenty of griffins around, though they won't try to jump over the palisade. Probably. Better watch out for the apes. They climb up and carry any food they can. There's this one really loud were-elk that keeps smelling the wall, though it's never tried to get in.
He points to the gate.
Lieutenant and I will block the entrances. They're quite heavy, so if anyone comes here looking for shelter, better call out to help you. Better call out to us to help you. And if this is someone being chased by wolves or anything, better throw them the rope instead.
He scratches his head.
If it gets cold, feel free to make a fire. And the best place is in the watchtower. You may want to put a blanket in there or something.
Smug Rainbow Pony? Yo, thank you for 41 months, thank you. Also, Lauren, thank you for 14 months. And right when I ended stream yesterday, Bryce resubbed for 37 months. Thank you so much, Bryce. I remember clicking the raid button, and then I heard the alert go off, and I was like, oh no. It gives you a long, puzzled look.
Oh, here.
He points to a pile of crates.
Just climb up on the tallest one. You have a great view of the northern side. The more dangerous side. And also, I know you're tired after all that riding.
He points to the tent on the other side of the camp.
I can handle a couple of hours sleeping on the ground. If you wish, go there after me and rest. Just this once. At least I have a pallet inside.
I smile. Thanks a lot.
It's nighttime.
Shh. You put your blanket in the tallest crate and sit down. The night's warm, but the sporadic summer breeze brings gentle refreshment. From time to time, your back aches, and you have to force yourself to keep your eyes open. The light of the moon helps you focus on the tall grasses. For most of the time, you spot smaller critters and birds. There are exceptions. At one point, you see a 3-horned deer trying to challenge one another. Before they clash their antlers, a 2-legged dragonling appears, leading its much smaller offspring. The furry beasts try to intimidate the predators with roars and aggressive head movements. After a few moments, both sides walk away slowly, not willing to risk the fight in order to meet their defeat. Don't let it distract me. Keep looking around. You hear the death screams of distant prey and the mating calls of monkeys. Just lots of that. Doug, thank you for 4 months. Just picked up food, and while I was inside, dropped 15 degrees and all the rain on my car froze. Stay safe out there. Oh, geez. That's crazy. Stay safe, yeah. Runners are chasing a gray hare. A group of musk oxen lazily chew the grass, preparing themselves to sleep. A dust fox is running together with a lynx, making playful screeches. Thankfully, you never have to intervene. You just sit there, watching the not-so-distant forest, trying to outlast your sleepiness. You can only guess how much time has passed. Once you feel you've had enough, you climb down and go to your tent, wake up the bearded man with just a couple words. You confirm that nothing important happened. Gather my things and squeeze into the tent, use my bag as a pillow, put my blanket on the pallet, cover myself with the cloak. Sleeping in a tent is not the stuff of dreams, but it's much welcome rest. The pallet keeps the cold soil away. The moonlit saves the outside world from the eerie gloom. You listen to your own breath and find a comfortable position. Your job starts tomorrow. After I burp, I focus on the real goal of my journey. The Merchant Guild wants to take control of this realm. Your warning duties are secondary. First and foremost, you need to explore the peninsula. Learn about the territory, resources, and threats. Get to know the locals if you can. Convince them to consider negotiations with Hovland officials and traders. Could the tribes resist the soldiers, or be a threat to the priests of the United Church? Are there any forbidden practices that need to be eradicated, such as blood magic, necromancy, robbery, or slavery? At least I have time. 40 days to be exact. I need to be as thorough as I can. Once you finish your reconnaissance, you should speak with Tolia and return to Hovland. There, you'll report back to your employers to get your reward. In the meantime, you have your own goal to pursue. Gather some extra coins so I can help a person I care about. Gather some extra coins so I can retire early and live in prosperity and safety. But gather enough connections with the local leaders, I'll use them to become a major player in the Merchant Guild. I want to be remembered as a soul who brought peace and order to the realm, a hero. I just want to help the people. Make this region safer for the locals and newcomers. I want to find a new life for myself. I have a difficult past and I want to be forgotten. I like either the helping a person I care about or the difficult past, because I feel like those could be more interesting. I think I'm gonna go with a difficult past because I kind of want that to like come up or like figure out what my past was via clues in the game. Maybe it doesn't have a big effect, but your half-asleep senses are catching the sounds of the wild forest. Your instincts keep you alert and anxious. You can't travel during the night. Push the sleep button to sleep. You're thinking about your goal. You spend the night in a borrowed tent. Something special to protect you from the wind and rain. And the ground won't be painfully cold or hard. All I can do now is rest. Okay, so it's gonna be -2 food, and what is star? Appearance. I get ugly. I'm a nasty little boy. You're woken up by sunlight, well rested and ready. Without haste, you gather your things. After only a couple of breaths, you notice a weird smell, like a roast. No, burning meat? Burning rotten meat. Disgust crawls into your consciousness. You exit the tent. Your horse is looking around nervously. Your bags are where you left them. You see an open gate. Go see what's happening. Your face is dirty. People are hesitant to trust you. Both soldiers are standing near a humble pyre. The man in the shirt looks at it contemptibly. Tully is the first one to address you. Dan. She greets you with a nod. We use the horse manure for the flames, so don't worry about cleaning it up. You see a corpse among the flame. It's impossible to tell if it belongs to a male or female, but it was an adult. The burning process won't be over for a couple more hours. Traveler or undead? Latter. A young one. She lacked the pneuma to understand that she couldn't get inside the camp without clamming. I stabbed her with the spear from a safe distance. She shifts her weight. One more fog and she'd be a real threat. Even now it took a couple of hits to knock her down. Sooner or later, every human shell wakes up, gaining more strength with each soul it devours and each moment it spends in the fogs. Burning the dead is not only a religious practice, it's a necessity. Soldiers, priests, village mayors, and even road wardens. Making a large pyre takes a lot of time, but it saves lives. Tulia calls this undead a she. Most unites hesitate to do so. Interesting. So every
What the heck?
Hey, Shark. How you doing? Thank you very much again for the 1,000 bits. You're way too kind. Thank you. Hope you're having a good one. We're reading a story. So it looks like every human who dies becomes undead. And like the longer they're undead, the stronger they get, maybe? Time for me to leave. Running away from the reek, huh? I don't blame you. She walks with you a few steps. Find us here if you need us, or if you learned what happened to Asterion. There's enough ground here for you to rest. Safe travels. Those words make you stop. An old farewell, mocked in a number of songs and tales, but you hear no scorn in Tully's voice. You wonder how many acts of kindness like this one you're going to experience in the days to follow. She returns to the pyre. I prepare myself. You somehow miss the fact your mount is already saddled and warmed up. You double check your equipment, but you don't need to fix anything. The soldiers were diligent. Normally preparing any palfrey for a long journey takes time. Putting on your gamestone and make sure that your axe is tightly attached to your belt. Then get in the saddle. Palfrey knickers, ready to leave. It's time for you to get to the Crossroads, north of here. Let's see the travel bug. Travel forward to continue a journey. We go north. Even at a later hour, you wouldn't expect to meet any travelers in the valley. The warm summer breeze lures your mount forward, but the serene chirping of birds is quickly replaced by the distracting screeches and gurgles coming from the further down the path. You soon find a pack of 4-legged griffins. They're larger than foxes and merge the features of birds and furred beasts. Each one has a different size, coat, and colors. Their temperaments are just as varied. Their fronts are covered with vivid feathers, while their rears have darker fur. Their wings are massive, making them impressive jumpers, but they're too heavy to fly. About two dozen beasts are yelling, brawling, and chasing each other around, blocking your path. You can't enter the forest blindly. If these or other creatures were to chase you, a thicket would be dangerous for your horse. Disastrous, in fact. There are reasons why travelers stay close to the main roads as possible and why adventurers move in groups. Usually the safest approach would be to stay where you are and just wait for the pack to get hungry. It may, however, take a couple of hours. You're thinking about your conversation with Tulia. You got a lot to do, and time may be of the essence. The dice icon marks that actions involve a random chance. Oh boy! take my axe and hurry the horse. If we ride fast, we should be fine. I stay. Better safe than sorry. I feel like for my first option, I shouldn't just fucking risk it and run. I'm gonna wait. We're gonna wait. On occasion, you can use a scholar's education to unlock unique interactions. I mix black powder with gladon that grows nearby and the dried skunk sorrel for my bag. Once I ignite it and throw it at the griffins, they'll scatter. Oh shit. I'm an alchemist. We're gonna make a bomb. Most city folk feel aversion towards black powder, and you touch it with great care. The odor of the plants makes you feel dizzy, but what's more important is the griffins have a wolf-like sensitive to smells and noises. A few of their beasts turn their heads toward you as you approach the pack with a bag in your hand. You ignite the missile and throw it forwards. At first, the creatures surround the source of smoke, but then to growl in disgust, even putting their beaks to the ground. They flee, allowing you to continue your journey. Character sheet. Knowledge, you're literate. Your education helps you solve many mysteries. Alchemy, with access to an alchemy table and proper ingredients, you can brew useful balms and potions. I left home to escape my difficult past. Combat experience, none. Spared animals, none. Faith, undetermined. Lies, none. Sewing experience, none. Gambling experience, none. What have I done? Climb on my horse and cover my nose. Need to find a proper alchemy set. Look at this guy, he can read. I got an achievement. I started my venture. The road splits. According to what the soldiers have told you, you may find a safe inn by turning left. The forest to the right is lush, and the trail's overgrown. Kids used to have this song. How did it go? The harshest pathway leads to the dragon's lair. Those who search for treasure, do you truly dare? The signpost in front of it doesn't make the situation much clearer. It was put here by someone who can't write, for folks who can't read. Covered in old red paint, it points east. Blood there. As people say, danger to be found. Was on a soul to ask for guidance. So I'm going north, so east is the overgrown path? Yeah, so I want to go west, right? What's my horse's name? Horse? Book, Bojack, Bill. A lot of bees. Hollyhock, Naily. Agro. Horse name. Bees. I'm really thinking about this. It's gotta be a good name. Dog. Elmer. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, bumptious is good. Was there a B? Was it like this? Was it like this, chat? Bumptious? Or is it just B-U-M? I think I like it without the extra B. Bumptious. Bumptious is peaceful as you stroke its mane. Can't help you choose the path, but you spent many years together. Happy to go on, it takes a couple of steps forward. You spot a few berry shrubs and wild cabbages, but they still need at least 2 weeks to gain maturity. We're going left. Bumptious trots with ease, unbothered by the few branches covering the beaten road. I mean west. I said east. The birds' songs and distant howls draw your attention to the forest, which gets sparser and brighter. You spot boars, roe deer, and saurians. The sight of a nearby wolf pack worries you, but once you push your hips forward and your palfrey enters a canter, the beasts don't even begin a pursuit. The speed alone will protect you from many dangers. You notice a stone tower, taller than the trees. Must be the inn I've heard about. West. Oh, look at this little... Inns like this one fit the regions traveled by merchants, but you wouldn't expect a place of this size in a forsaken peninsula. The stone and lumber must have been transported from far away, and the workers, guarded by the expensive mercenaries, excuse me, surely lived for many seasons in a primitive hamlet, subsiding on salted supplies. There's seemingly no cracks in the wall, and the building was whitewashed only a few years back. The roads wide and beaten, dozens of souls could hide, if not in the buildings, then at least in the yard. The expenses and labor put in this fortress were well worth many trading ships. 3 armed people are at the ramparts, though you only see what's above their waistline. They're leaning on the parapet. Next to the gate, you think you notice a glimpse of a smile. They wear gamsons, each one dyed differently, yellow, green, and linen gray. I approach the gate. I attack. The woman in yellow armor leans forward. She has long, curly, disorderly red hair, pointing in every possible direction. This combination of colors doesn't work at all. In the woods, one would have to shout to draw this much attention. There's still a fair distance between the two of you, so she speaks loudly. I haven't seen a horse for years now. I just said that it's weird to see such a large jackass, huh? Her voice is young and strong, with accents that remind you of villages spread around Hovland. But no jackass will wear a saddle, I'd say. She exchanges a few words with a male guard wearing green, giving you time to move closer. Well, this one here says they're really odd donkey saddles. Say, traveler, how hard is it to ride a horse? Friendly, playful, distance, imitating. I'm gonna be playful, because she's calling my horse a jackass. You wouldn't believe it, the lessons were a pain. You get off your horse and imitate the silly walk from the day you followed your first long journey, when your whole shell was crying. You illustrate the pain as you move your hand from your back to hips and thighs. In return, the guards tell you about that time when they had to carry their friend with bitten off legs for 3 days straight through the heart of the woods. Meanwhile, the other guards open the gate. You may be in a good mood. The woman in the yellow jacket smiles at you. Don't get so noisy when you talk to our boss. The man never smiles. He has the world's suffering sculpted in his face. She leads you towards the roof under which your palfrey can rest, tethered with a cord to wooden posts some old hay. Once you're ready, go inside, speak with the boss. Maybe you're hungry? The other guards take care of various chores. They peek at your mount every now and then as if they're splitting firewood, cleaning their clothes, weeding their garden patches, and moving chairs. 2 of them are making a rope. You head towards the inn, hearing the piercing scream of a boar from the other side. I open the door. New shelter unlocked. Roll initiative. Yeah. The locked windows. If you're an inn in the morning, you can spend an entire day. Okay. The locked windows make the air stuffy, and the weak fire in the stove hardly lightens up the hall. A muscular man is sweeping the floor near the stairs. After he glances at you, he leans the broom against the wall and heads towards the counter. You're lucky to show up. His voice is deep and soft, with a city-like accent. He observes you with keen attention. It avoids your eyes. I have a keg of decent ale, wormwood, bog myrtle, juniper berries, cat's foot. He fills a mug carefully and puts it in the countertop. It's gonna spoil soon. Today, maybe.
so we don't drink here before the even. I hate to see the good stuff go to waste. His skin is dark, almost purple, rare among the southern tribes. His hair is naturally bluish. His clothes are quite fancy for manual labor. The elegant tunic wouldn't stand out in the city square. I stand at the counter. The planks let out a creak every step you make, so you slow down a bit. You could swear that the innkeeper made little to no noise. Here you go. He pushes the mug forward. Just so you know, my Pelt to the north doesn't belong to Howler. You can sleep on the floor if you wish, but if you want a better meal, you have to pay. You may have some leftovers from dinner, but I need to check. Okay, so this guy, we were told to be like straightforward with him, right? So I don't want to be playful. I won't stay here long. I introduce myself. He nods and fills another mug, this time with water. I guess there's no point in waiting for an Asterion then. I'm glad to see someone taking his place. Even my crew here hits the road only if they need to see the healers of Howler's Dell. And they're more than resourceful. The Roadwarden's always going to find work here in the north, but maybe not in the eastern road. He takes a mouthful of water and drinks it with a pleased sigh. There are no guests here at the moment, or hardly ever. I could take a short break. For a brief moment, he meets your eyes. I drink. He poured me a glass. Dark room and wooden walls of the mug make the liquid look as brown as a chestnut. The lee and springs hit your nose, and the first sip is even too complex, too flowery. While the brewer has used fancy ingredients, the exotic licorice ruins the aftertaste. Now you know why there's so much left. Maybe it takes an acquired taste. The innkeeper nods. I was hoping to see someone willing to patrol the roads. Maybe you'll help me with worrying that thought I have. Which is? There are brigands in the woods. Our place is a stronghold, so I'm not afraid of an open strike. But they've gotten more active in the last 2 years. One day they may steal our furs, and I'm no doubt the reason why merchants come here only once. Having bandits around gets expensive. He rubs his hands together, camouflaging his paws. And Swamp Bear resubs for 40 months. Subiversary! Thank you so much, Swamp. I hope you're having a good one. We're having story time today. I want you to reach Howler's Dell, northwest from here. It's the largest settlement around. Sure you'll get there sooner or later. Ask Thias, the mayor, about Glaucia, the bloodthirsty wolf of a woman. I've heard rumors about a raid in the north. If Glaucia is ready to break the truce with the locals, I'm willing to join forces with them to get rid of her band. He looks at the nearby dragonbone. Not too difficult, right? Just do it when you have a chance. A couple of days won't make much of a difference. I'll pay you 2 coins when you get back with the news, fine? 3. I nod. Do you have anything you'd like to buy? Do you have for sale? I'm looking for Asterion, previous Roadwarden. What can you tell me about the peninsula? What do you have for sale? I can go pick a few things for you. Some food for your travels to start with. Apples, nuts, sausage. Not too many at once. We need to maintain our supplies. I've got an elk fur I don't need. The buyer was caught by a pack of red wolves. Nice for a sleeping spot. Just as nice for a wall. An almost untouched bowl of soap. Priceless for a traveler. You can't tell if he's being sarcastic. Made of fine oak ash, strong. Though you should have some better supplies before you start your own bathhouse. After you mention you'd like something more useful on these roads, he looks down. I don't have any blades or armor to spare, but if you pay well, you can take one of our crossbows and a bunch of quarrels. A yay bow, wool cords, and the trigger just need a little bit of oil. It's as good as you can get without soaking it in magic. Takes a bit of muscle to draw, but even a 16-year-old could do it. I won't sell it cheap, but I'm ready to give a discount to a helpful ally. Let me see what you got. Okay. We got 5 money. We have 2 rations currently. Oh my gosh, 17 money?
Crossbows 30. Box of soap. I kind of want to get soap so we're not... We get our little like charisma up. I'm gonna buy soap. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. How are you now? He goes to the table and invites you to sit down with him. I don't think I'm gonna be of much help. He rests his elbow on the table and grunts quietly to clear his throat. Dan needed that too. But I don't want you to find him, so... When asked about his intention, he measures his words. Asterion and I made a risky deal. Well, a very promising one. Last time he was here, he took 50 coins. My half of the investment. He knocks on the table with a fist anxiously. If you get my coin, or at least find out what happened to the guy, I'll make sure you won't be disappointed after bringing me the news. Could it be that Asterion stole the coins and ran? He looks at a window and starts to play with a stutter. I just think Asterion ain't that kind of soul that would do such a thing. For him, it wasn't much of a fortune, and I'd risk saying he had earned my trust. Not only mine, you know. It's easy for a Roadwarden to make connections. He always had places to go, things to take care of. He rubs the table with his thumb, as if trying to clean an invisible stain. I've asked travelers. I sent a couple of my pals to find him. No real news. I know he stayed in the White Marshes for a day, and was meant to do something for the people there. It's a village in the northwest. Just stay on the main road until you reach the bogs, then enter them. You may get there before dusk. So, let me know once you find anything. We may yet return to this whole investment thing. I'll think about it. About Glossia's band. He freezes, observing your hands silently. Okay, he wants me to get the answer from the mayor. I don't want to like small talk him because I think he doesn't want to like. I don't want to waste his time. Do you have any leftovers? Yes, I feed them to our boar. I won't give them away for nothing. He tells you to wait, then leaves the building for a few minutes and returns with a wooden bucket and a long stick ending with a hook. Go through the gate and turn left. You'll see a bunch of bushes. We need some berries. Bring me a bucket full. It'll be done about half an hour or so. Your horse could use a nap anyway, and I'll prepare something to fill you. The hook is not made of metal or wood. It's a long, curved claw, almost black. Half an hour? That's quite a lot for berry picking. The tools are cold, not too heavy. You notice a pair of thick gloves at the bottom of the bucket. The berries are not the problem, the innkeeper smirks. Unlike the snakes, better scare them away with a stick or move them with the hook, and protect your hands. The little ones won't eat you, but don't get bitten. I'm sure you know how to be patient. I'll go right away. You step outside. Bumptious is lazily looking around. You hear the sounds of work coming from the armorer's workshop. I go to the well. The recently renovated wood roof covers the well from rain and birds. One of the guards is enjoying a cold drink he drew with a bucket, tells you to use only much as water necessary. Your oak ash soap can help you get cleaner. You need 3 pieces of bathing equipment to get more out of this place. Tools for berry picking. Huh, it doesn't list my my soap. I wash myself. Splashing yourself with cold water from a bucket won't take away your spell, but it's enough to remove the tallow and sweat from your skin, mud stains from your clothes. It gave me +1, so... +1 appearance. You return to the courtyard. You hear the sounds of work coming from the armorer's workshop. Let's go say hi to the armorer. You walk past the well and find a small open shed, not unlike the stable, but with a humble set of tables, carving tools, hammers, sharpening stones, pincers, knives, and other tools. As long as something can be solved by brute force, this place will find a way to do so. There are 2 people sitting on a long bench. The first one's male with maybe inch-long hair, cleanly shaven face, a thin, long yellow tunic, bare legs, and sandals. He ignores your presence, sewing a gamson with great concentration. The second person's a boy, maybe 15, who's wearing the crude outfit of a farmer. He glances at you, but soon returns to sharpening his long dagger. Greetings. Man raises his head, but it's the boy who speaks, focused on his task. He ain't talking. Tell him what it is you need. The man smiles in confirmation, looks at the piece of garment in his hands, then looks around, shrugs, returns to you with a raised eyebrow. I'm in need of your services. He nods, points at the laces in the front of your jacket, raises his clenched fist to his shoulders, then gently spreads and lowers them as if he's taking off a robe. You follow his command and allow him to properly inspect your gamson. After a few minutes, he gives it back, then reaches for his pouch. He pulls out one dragon bone, shrugs, then another one, and waves both of them in the air, pursing his lips. He makes a few speech-like noises with his empty mouth, groaning what sounds like, I don't know. I consider his offer. 4? Oh, it's 1, and I have 4. In 1 hour, your jacket will be carefully patched up. I'm gonna go for it. Nice. Jacket's good as this armor can make it. I leave the shed. Let's go forage for berries, chat. Innkeeper knew what he was talking about. You put on the gloves and look through the bushes from a safe distance. It doesn't take long before you notice your first serpent lying on a rock somewhere in the thicket. The creatures are not that large, and even if some of them hiss at you or slither coast, the jabs of his hook. Man, why am I so burpy? I don't know, but it's annoying. I blame coffee. The jabs of the hook keep them at distance. You don't know much about the berries. They're round and reddish. You wouldn't trust such a color even if you were looking for food from the wilderness. The plants don't have thorns, but the leaves are harsh, so you make sure to thoroughly cover your skin with your clothes. You have to look through many bushes to fill the bucket, but the presence of insects and snakes doesn't allow you to relax. My education could be of use here. I notice a shrub that's not like the others. One of the bushes in the back has more berries than the others. They're purple. As you squeeze one of them, you recognize that these are marshmallows. In small amounts, they're added to pies, sauces, and beverages, known for their delicate sourness and sweetness, unique but not intrusive. Still, eating a cup of them will make one sick if not poisoned. You're surprised to see them in a meadow, far away from the wetland. You can use them at an alchemy table if you find it. For now, you put a fistful in your jars. The others are still a bit greenish. Nice, we got some poison. You return the courtyard to the guards are practicing a friendly skirmish. The wrestling is accompanied by a crowd. And to the inn. Put his fruits on the counter. Great. He peeks inside the bucket. I got cabbage stew with a few goose chunks in it for you. Ooh, goose chunks. I love a good goose chunk. I'd serve it even to merchants if there were any around. The meal is warm and filling. It's well seasoned and not overcooked. And like I've said, I rarely have much food to spare, but feel free to ask if you ever stop by. You may be lucky. I've been cooking my whole life. Thanks. How did that old hook of mine work out for you? I see you still have it in your hands. I see you still have it. I lost it. I don't know what you're talking about. Give him the hook. He takes the tool from your nods. Need anything else? That's all I need. Approach the guards. The woman in yellow armor is kneeling next to her brown, hairy boar, which is resting on its side. The beast is not as large as the dark ones from the forest. It responds to the touch of a human's hand and brush with grateful grunting and rapid twitches of its hind hoof. No matter how friendly it appears, it's still tethered to the well, and you have no doubts this charge would leave Bumptious dead in a breath. When the woman notices you, she steps forward and the boar's disappointment. So, new Roadwarden. She points at the window with her chin, forestalling the question. We don't need anything now, but when we travel with our furs, we could use some assistance. She may be around 30, but her warm voice and bright smile are camouflaging the touch of her unpowdered face. Like many red-haired people with freckles, her skin is unhealthily pale. Okay, game. A little judgy. The boar runs up to her, observing her boots and fruitless sniffing for food beneath the beaten ground. She pats it back, but maintains her focus. How about a game or two? We have a bit of time, and I can talk about this and that. Maybe you'll get a couple coins or lose one. She winks. We can play dice or throw axes at a target. Play some dice? I feel like we're a smart lad. We're gonna play some dice. Your rival, and especially the dragon bone you pull out, are cheerfully welcomed. Two of the guards bring a table to the inn, and the other one prepares a couple stools and chairs. There are also spectators, and you're told the other hunters are either sleeping or have duty on the tower. Remember, no magic, says one of the players. His face is deadly serious. The game's new to you, but in no way baffling. 4 people can play at once. The wooden dice are long, with only 4 dotted faces. Every time someone wins a round, they get a point, and the person with the most points at the end of the game wins all the coins. As you play, you don't feel like you have much control over the results. I blend in with the crowd. Share casual jokes, memories, and views on the luck and optimal strategies. Bumptious and Tullia's camp are also brought up. When you ask about the roads or locals, their stories are vague. The drinks are here. It's a poor beer made from the leftovers of the regular brewing. It's cold, sweet, doesn't reach your head, but you try to avoid the smell. Just don't spill anything, the boar may get sick, says your bald opponent. In just a few minutes, you get 2 points, which are now represented by smooth pebbles. You don't really know how you got them. Either you don't get the strategy or it's just pure luck. Use my brain! There's a strategy to this game, I can see it. I can't be sure I'll win, but I can play better than they expect. We're gonna use our brain, chat. During the final round, you get ahead of everyone, and the spectators playfully comment on your moves. The winner takes all. 3 dragons are placed on the table, and you pull them into your pouch quickly. The table and chairs are moved back to the building, and the guard in yellow armor thanks you for playing. Anything you need? We just got 3 money. We doubled our money. Let's go. We already played today. We can only play once a day. I was foraging for berries for the Innkeeper. So I heard. Don't worry about it. Usually we forage ourselves, but he wouldn't ask you for a dragon for a meal. He gives small jobs to people just to see who agrees to do them. He wants to judge who's of use and who's too proud for their own good. Oh, I was curious how I was going to be able to tell her about the poisonous berries. I've got some questions. Your group seems quite attached to the boar. How could you not? She crouches and raises the boar's head, steps away and squeals as if someone's murdering it. It came with us from the city, just in case. We had no clue how our first winter would go, so we needed some backup meat. And it works too. Cleans the dirt. She reaches out to the beast again and it trots away. The woman straightens up with a pleased sigh. A smiled sigh. We haven't needed to eat it so far, but it's also funny. I learned in my home village, the farm boars are getting a bit smaller and more cuddly, kind of like ibexes, but not so wild, dangerous beasts. But we don't let it get close to other animals or children. Heard anything about the necromancers? It's something new. Her voice lowers to a whisper. I've never been to the White Marshes, but over the years we've seen people moving away from there, south. They told us this place was changed too much. A priest died, I think, and a new one awakens the dead. Sorry, Roadwarden, that's all I know. If she's hiding something, she sounds convincing. Thanks. She observes you with a hand casually resting on her hip. I walk away. Now, tell me about yourself. Oh, what was that? After a brief giggle, her voice gets cold and serious. Nah, Roadwarden. We use names and stories among friends. You ain't one. Don't make me tempt curses. Well, fine. I storm off. You return to the courtyard. You hear sounds of work coming from the armorer's workshop. 10 hours before dusk. I'm gonna try traveling. The road uphill meanders, slowing you down and forcing you to pay close attention not only to the shadows of trees, but also to tight, rocky passages. You can't help but notice a few caves and fine ambush spots. Keep an eye out. Oh, we're gonna die. Standing in front of the gate, you hear no voices, no tools at work, no steps. Dozens of birds live on the collapsed roofs. They're fluttering, singing, and squawking. Is free of worries. If you want to travel any further, you need to ride around the palisade. Searching the ruins may take a lot of time. The broken gate in the north will lead you to the village. The sound of a gentle river reaches you from the east, where you see a saggy fence surrounding an overgrown pasture. Behind the burnt building in the east, you also see an oddly barren field. Let's do the gate. The palisade is in good shape, and the entrance wasn't even touched by the fire. It was torn away, possibly thrown. The amount of force must have been huge, but you'd expect that would push the gate into the village, not away from it. You don't see any marks of a dragon bite. A troll could toss such planks after so many years, but you see no paw prints. A mage? Can't really tell. I move forward. Explore the southwest part of the village. Buildings, some of which have collapsed, are made of wood, now charred and rotten. You spot claw marks on the walls, especially close to the doors and window frames. They could belong to a dragonling or a large wolf, larger than the gray ones, or a corpse eater. Too many options to make a guess. Yet no beast remains in sight. You find the remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends. Only one object seems to be of use, a basket-like fish trap made of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims into it, it won't be able to get out on its own. It's quite large, but it can fit on my saddle. Picked up a fish trap. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. What do you mean? What do you mean I feel a slight aching? I just had food. Was it poison? I go to the main square. In every village, the main square is the fanciest area, meant to charm the travelers. Yet this one's way more than you expected. The houses are as big as in Howler. The paved ground looked like it took a lot of work and materials. The walls, now charred and riddled with holes, were made of expensive coated wattle. The tiles for the roofs have also been brought here from a different settlement. You pick inside 3 smaller buildings, the rotting remains of their former splendor. The birds living in a dozen of nests respond to your arrival with quite a commotion. You don't even find a single dragon bone, nor a tool or a piece of furniture left unbroken or unrotten. You're surrounded by bad smells, dirt, animal droppings, and garbage. The well also stinks. It has no bucket, but you'd be afraid to use it anyway. Who knows how many birds have relieved themselves inside, or how many old rats have found their death while climbing up the walls. Suddenly you hear some sounds coming from the largest building. Your stomach makes you let out a painful groan. Am I gonna get sick? I should check it out, prepare my axe. You step cautiously towards the scent of urine and sweat. The flickering candlelight shows you broken furniture, yet no signs of burnt wood. You consider pulling the door open when a masculine voice proves that your presence is not unnoticed.
I didn't I want you to come to this, but stay where you are. Whatever you put inside, be it a shoe, a hand, or damn thicket, it'll get a bolt.
I'm the new Roadwarden. Let's talk. A short pause.
Well, we can talk, we can. How is that you choose the place to visit? From all that there are?
He goes on before you respond.
It may be you're telling the truth, so let's say this. My little ballista here is already pulled and ready. But won't do anything stupid, right? No running or jumping around, show your hands.
The man's voice lacks confidence, but his accent's tricky for you. He could be from the distant south, but as long as you don't speak too quickly, you understand one another. You don't hear any movements, breathing, voices. You lean your axe against the doorframe, make sure that your knife is well hidden. I walk inside. The dense smell of urine hits you with full force. While the tools and utensils are hard to distinguish from the rubbish, the route to the upper floor is blocked by the collapsed roof and loose wooden beams. There are scraps of rusting iron and steel on the ground, detached from the now destroyed barrels. The scavenger is sitting on a blanket in front of the tent, pointing at a floor with his loaded crossbow. Not a short man, though a bit skinny. He's tan, dark-haired, and has seen his share of struggles. There are long claw scars in his left cheek, and another one that would divide his eyebrow in half if it hadn't been consumed by fire, just like the rest of his forehead. His clothes are untainted by vanity. He's barefoot in a dirty linen shirt with rolled-up sleeves and simple pants used a cord for a belt. His long beard and hair are untrimmed and tangled. I stand in the door watching his weapon, unprepared. Yeah, I don't want to let my guard down just in case. He follows your gaze. Not a good way to make the air warmer, eh? I try to be safe, that's all. All I can say is, you stay in my shelter, you better ride ahead. I already piled up whatever hasn't rotten. Candlelights are dancing in his burnt face and arms. I saw your horse. Maybe you can help me? What are you looking for in this place? You don't look like you're from the north. I'll make sure there's no undead. Need to get to know the peninsula if I'm going to patrol it. I'm short on dragon bones, want to see if there's anything left behind. Wondering what caused the place to collapse. I heard about some bandits. I'm going to need to get to know the peninsula if I'm going to patrol it. I better stay away from the eastern paths. No shell rides there anyway. Between the west and the coast, I've roads like moose crap. I've traveled and pedaled there for years, you know. I wait for some group to join, and here, people don't travel. No damn anything about any place. Just a waste of time, I tell you. A long pause. Listen. He scratches his thighs nervously. I'm hungry. So damn hungry. I can't hunt or fish with the 8 men around. You share anything, Roadster? Maybe a drifter. I wouldn't beg if I had not lost my bags on the road. Take the cereals and crackers with some water. You have gruel. He lets out a relieved breath. I may even boil it. After a moment of hesitation, he grabs a cracker. Without you, I would have had to run any after birds with my ballista. We'll need to save the boats for the baitmen. Because of those stinkers, I can't roast here, and raw meat makes me want to puke. Thank you. After a couple of solid bites, he puts your gift into 2 wooden bowls. Now, Roadster, says with a mouthful, if you have questions, ask. I'll say it a lot to make you get out of here. Do you have any idea what happened here? Well, I won't guess, but I saw many ruins. There's no treasure and skeletons here, so this place means as much as dirt. Someone was barking too loud, so the beast broke through and made them quiet again. Clicks his tongue. And that's that. Talking about nature's fury brings bad luck, don't you know? I'm looking for another Roadwarden, a man known as Asterion. I never met him. Surely heard the name many times.
He vanished not long before I got to the coast. At first, people were asking about him. Now they think he's dead. Are you sure there's no undead around? He nods. I see none. People say it's been less than 10 years since the herds came here. I don't know if anyone bothered with raising the pyres. If not, the dead are all roaming in the forest now. Clicks his tongue with frustration. It may be that there's a walker somewhere under the debris, waiting to break through like a dragon in an egg. He looks straight at you. You better not dig. Heard about some bandits. Nah, I think they're on the north or east. I stuck to the western road, no shell by the mate, so I can't help you.
Where do you want to travel now, and what will you give for my help?
Let me explain first. I was in Howler's Den, the closest village to the east and north. The people there are nice, you know, not like old Pagos. They're all born in grimier than a crow. Well, they'd cry coin for anything. A damn good coin. I left, wanted to look around the ruins, see if there's anything left. And moved to Pelt and hired the hunters to help me here. Muckier. Yeah. No luck, a bunch of griffs jumped my pack bird. I just bought it. He spits on the floor. Fast and nimble, but not brave enough to listen to me when all that screeching, scratching started. So I ran away with my bags. Few fell on the ground and I pulled them back. You see how it is? I won't travel around with a tent on my back. He taps his crossbow with his fingers. I need maybe a day or more, just I have enough iron scrap from all the barrels I can move forward. But I can't take all my stuff alone. Without me and around the 8 men are gonna break in and steal all my shit. I need to stay here, but since you have a horse, come back tomorrow and maybe help me return to Howler's Den? How about it? I just need to know the road's safe. Safe as I can be, I mean.
I feel like I could say I don't work for free because we gave him food. I'm gonna say it.
I have ways to pay you, don't worry. I can give you dragons, but I'll have to sell the iron first, so need a bit of time. You see, 5 for a short escort would be plenty, I'd say. But if you want, I'll give you a secret jar of mine. Very fine mixture that scares 8 men away. Works on peddlers, too. When you ask if the stench of urine is somehow related to the potion, he just winks and chuckles.
Does piss scare away 8 men? Go bottle of piss. It's like wasn't that an update for the sniper in Team Fortress 2? Jar of piss. I'd like to learn more about the villages you visited. You seem surprised. I mean, sure. I don't have connections there, you know, just my eyes. Starts to hum.
You know, when you get to Howler's, you meet the mayor there for sure, Thias. Whatever you do, don't ask her where she gets her coin from, mate. She's rich, stupid rich. Don't ask her how it happened. Trust me.
Scratches his beard with a mournful look.
I need you to make sure there's no danger hiding in the road. From here to Howler's, or rather, I know there is some danger. As long as you can get there and safely return, I'm sure we can handle some Roman monsters.
He theatrically rubs his hands together.
This ballista has hit more beast skulls than I have fingers, and I never lost a finger roach, so only the toes.
Maybe to prove it, he starts to count on his fingers.
So see if the road there is clear. Then come here tomorrow, we'll pack up my stuff on your horse and move out. Don't come when it's close to evening. We're gonna need 3 hours on our feet. And I won't push through the night. Even sleeping next to an 8-man tribe is safer. He chuckles. Don't make me wait too long. I can wait for a couple days if I find food, but if I don't get back, I'll have to risk it no matter what.
Why Howler's Den? Dell?
I mean, I see your point, but I've never been there. Do they afford my iron? Do they have means to pay for it? I need coins to find a handy bunch that won't walk south of me. I need a few staff and bolts. I know the village is a nice place and even has a smithy. I had a chance to take a look, though. It's a large inn, a safe one. They seem to be rich and have enough hunters to guide you south. You can use iron to barter. It was a shorter path, I guess. A few spots to get surrounded by corpses. Sure, it's the best option. Fine, I'll trust a roadster's judgment. Fine, I'll escort you. Thanks, Roadster. Just come tomorrow and I'll make it worth your time. Time for me to go. Look at the north gate. The paths here have almost been reclaimed by grass. To your east and west, you see shadowy alleys behind damaged buildings. I approach the nearby tree. You don't find anything worth picking. The half-dead quinces of maggots crawling under their skin. You wonder which part of this meal is more tempting for the dark-winged birds sitting among the branches, the flesh of the fruits or the worms. Quinces are rarely eaten without having a chance to blilt. You can safely guess they were meant to be dried or add taste to cookies or hard drinks. After a few moments, you realize the bottom part of the tree, just above the ground, is partially charred. Someone must have opposed a torch here, but the wet wood didn't burst into flames. Look into the well. It's filled with soil and find nothing interesting about the area. Take a closer look at the gate. Push or pull, it doesn't move an inch. Someone has spread dirt or rocks underneath it and around it, seemingly to keep it in place. Go somewhere else. The closer you are to the village, the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. The taste of gastric juices hits your mouth. Your forehead hurts and you start to stumble. Bumptious, worried by the sight, pokes your head with your nose. Quince is a fruit? Walk far away from the walls. Leaning on your mount, you go outside, keeping your mouth shut. After a few minutes, your eyes get clear. Oh, the village just smells that bad is what made me sick? Damn. Inspect the pasture. You don't find a single sign of livestock that lived here in the past. Any bones, horns, antlers, or dung have already been devoured by the wilderness. The pasture ends at a river. On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. What are the chances that a herd of defenseless animals could get there and survive? The breach in the southern fence wasn't made by some brute force. You find axe cuts in the spots that were ultimately broken away. After all these years, there were no tracks that you could follow. Fields to the southwest. You're surrounded by what looked like a field plowed in late autumn. Disturbed by hundreds of rain and snowfalls, there's a few clumps of grass and wheat. But a place like this one, abandoned for years, should have turned itself to a green lea. Barren field, maybe it was overused, but you would still expect weeds to sprout? A curse? Path leading west from here ends at the edge of a field, shifting into a meadow, then a forest. In the north, you see a path leading around the palisade. Turn to the southern gate. Tracks of human footwear and many, many more ape footprints cover the path formed around the palisade's breach. As far as you can tell, the freshest footprints lead to the village. The wooden stakes spread the ground are rotten, covered in mushrooms, small flowers, insects, and worms. A good source of animal or goblin food, though you expect them to also hunt for the birds and eggs. The meadow in the west turns into a forest quickly. The grasses in the north surround dozens of tree stumps, already covered with moss and fungi. Going south, you reach a large field, though you don't see any crops. Yeah. Inspect the clearing. The meadow is lush and colorful, so dense that it's unsafe for a rider. A couple of minutes, you lead bumptious with a rope, avoiding the potential disaster in case of a hoof falling into an animal den. Being forced to travel around the palisade every time you get here is going to be a pain. Most of the tree trunks look similar and have comparable size.
They're most likely planted with the sole purpose of being cut down and used by the locals, though cutting so many trees at once, that alone could provoke the wrath of herds. Such a process should be spread across a couple of seasons, and you can't be sure that was the case. In the west and north, the clearing turns into a wild forest. In the east, you see a road leading north. You're at the closed northern gate. The neglected road is partially overgrown. You hear a river in the east, separated by a lush meadow filled with crickets and rodents. You see a quenching family of boars, some of them brown, some black. You consider turning back, but they pay you little attention. After a couple of grunts, they run north. The river is not too wide, yet unusually deep, with banks altered by the locals for decades, if not centuries. The water is cold and clean, yet filled with long plants growing from the bottom. You would rather avoid jumping inside or drinking from it, but you're tempted to at least wash your face, neck, and hands. Dozens, if not hundreds, of small fish are looking for tasty leaves, but also to avoid their predators. A dance of life, completely unaware of your presence. You suddenly realize there's something buried among the kelp, a rusty sickle sticking out of the ground, a couple of stone axes and hoes, the wooden handles of a large wagon covered by moss, but you recognize their shapes. Why would someone drop them here? In the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest. I want sickle. I'm gonna wash myself in the forest. You need 3 pieces of bathing equipment to get more out of this place. Let's set up the fish trap. You place the basket on the ground, then grab a bowl and start digging, looking for a few large worms. You bait the stick and push it inside the basket, locking it between the sides, then cover the entrance with the lid. Tying it together takes you a few good moments, but it'll be easier later on. You attach the entire trap to a bush and push it into the stream, far enough away that it sinks entirely. Who knows how long it'll take before something large enough swims inside. Still, it would be better not to wait too long, otherwise the prey may die of hunger. What day is it? 8 hours? We got 8 hours. We got tons of time. You're into the wetlands, where there are many streams, ponds, and fish. Large birds run and fly between the gray, sparse trees that are covered with moss, mushrooms, and critters. For a human, it may be unwelcoming and harsh realm, but the overwhelming swarms of insects prove that it's a realm full of life. The danger with teeth and claws is hidden below the water's surface. Stay away from the banks. This plant shouldn't be alive, not without leaves. It doesn't resemble the other trees of the wetlands, it's something else. You get off your horse and prepare your axe. The water is filled with dirt and dead plants. It smells like an old corpse. The roots are spreading far, breaking through the water's surface. You don't see any saurians in the grasses or on the shore. You approach the table-like altar made of 3 limestone slabs. Are these rocks originally as formless as they are now, or was there a point in time centuries ago where they're precisely shaped and decorated by masters of artistry? There's no way to tell. Bumptious is peacefully observing the dark grass, slapping flies with its tails. Whatever it is you feel in the air, it's clear that your companion sees this place through very different eyes. I know there are dark forces hidden here. I ask the right for a vigilant eye and a bright soul. You bow your head, trying to imagine an appropriate ritual. Whenever you start a thought, though, it runs away, and the sounds of insects, visions of predators, smells of muddy water. You rub your hands, focusing on what's in your grasp, collecting your wits slowly. It takes a few moments, but you start breathing without sensing the stench. You arrange all the chaotic images in a cohesive utterance. Your prayer is brief, but once it's done, you feel prepared. I approach the altar. There's clumped dirt in the uneven nicks, fused by years of winds and rains. The bottom surface of the table is dusty, but you don't find any spiderwebs or mold, even though it's the perfect spot for them. The tree roots cling to the altar in many spots. They're firmly attached. You struggle to move them even an inch. The cream-colored limestone is cold and smooth. I make an offering. Use your keyboard to name objects that you're interested in. Oh no. What should we sacrifice, chat? Bumptious? Hand over bumptious. Meat clown. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be happy with meat clown. Yeah. Oh. You either can't do that or don't possess such an item. You place your winged hourglass on the altar, but nothing happens. You put both your pouch and the coins on the altar, but nothing happens. I don't want to give over the potion or food. I walk away. I look in the water. You step cautiously without knowing how deep it is, and you have to consider that Asterion could be camouflaged in the mud, waiting for a victim to get near. Since you don't plan to kneel down and drink, you're hoping to dodge a potential strike. Once you get closer, you start breathing again. While the water is dirty, it's also shallow. You see vegetation, swimming insects, and even small fish. All of them stay away from the tree roots, which look like a spider web covering the bottom of the pond. Aside from that, you don't see anything which would catch your eye. Take a closer look at the roots. You kneel in front of them, in front in one that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with hair that resembles your arm. When you touch it, it's moist, soft, and warmer than you expect. Ew! I'd do something with it. Attack. You pull out your axe, then stop in place. You can't tell what the results of wounding a tree would be. I make the cut. You stand above the root that you were like about to split like firewood. The swing is accurate, but the nimble root backs down into the water, pulled by the rest of the creature, leaving trail or red bubbles in mud. A chunk of the root is still in your fingers. You move it to a jar from your bundles. The axe is now covered with a red, sticky goo. Smells like rusty nails and sweet fruits mixed with beer. You reach for a water skin and wash the blade from the plant's juices. It's a flesh tree. I walk away. We get the fuck out of here. The tree was people. Let's go south. Shapes of mountain are cutting through the horizon. The water gets gradually less muddy. The cleaner it gets, the more animals you see. A family of deer blocks the road, resting to enjoy the cold water, which would be deadly for a human stomach. You consider riding around them to the sparse meadow, but your presence is also causes them disquiet. Without much haste, they regroup and run east to a leafy forest. We press on. The tree was people. You've reached Hag Hills. The wall of stones has blocked the city's grasp. The one well-established route that leads through the valley where you found Tolia's camp. There are no maps of the highlands nor local tribes, only stories. The beaten path leads you to a garden bed of herbs and vegetables, to an old yet abandoned mine, hidden behind a massive door made of steel. I look around. A bearded, skinny elder sits on a bench, observing you like a sculpture, his legs crossed and his fingers interlocking in his abdomen. Be friendly. Good day to you. Don't worry about my horse. I'll keep it away from your garden.
Only worms too stupid to understand me would eat what's mine.
Everyone's southern, apparently. Just all the same accent. You dismount and mention that your palfrey is no worm, but the man reprimands you with a thick accent.
Let me see you whilst you speak.
I can hear without magic, but I read your lips. He doesn't yell. Oh, sorry. He doesn't yell. But his voice reminds you of a combat instructor from the city. Oh, that's not what I was doing. His voice is wrinkled, but he sits straight, with a beard and hair still carrying glimpses of fair blonde. He's tanned like a worker, and his eyes are blue and piercing, as if they belong to an infant.
You're from around here, and I will welcome a stranger to this refuge. Say what you're looking for and be gone.
I've read about people like him in the rights tablets. You ponder about his unusual vigor and unguarded garden. He may be a spiritual leader of a pagan community, most likely a spellcaster. Druids try to protect others from nature's wrath by teaching them to respect the laws of balance and restraint. Different tribes develop their own traditions, but you know that this province, such priests prefer to be addressed as forest speakers. Explain who I am. Forest speaker. He lowers his head and closes his eyes, taking slow, deep breaths, forcing you to wait in silence. The elder's tall, with long hair and a beard that was let loose a long time ago. His sandals are covered in dust. You spot dirt in his clothes and skin. The woolen tunic and linen were made with care, decorated with colorful threads at the collar and sleeves. Now all the blues and greens have faded, and the fabric is held together by patches and stitches. He unfolds his hands and puts them in his laps, palms up.
You know our customs, at least some of them. Those who know how to bow the trees will never suffer from wild creatures.
I do my best not to smirk. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I wait for him to look at me. The man stands up and approaches your palfrey. Without touching it, he observes its eyes, mane, stomach, and rear. Bumptious ignores the examination.
Nose was right then. Asтерion's dead, as are his plans. Such is the fate of all dreamers.
He turns toward you with a grim look.
Are you gonna go look for him?
You nod.
Why? If he's vanished into the fogs, there's no point in trying to put yourself in danger. What do you expect to find?
I need to know what kind of danger he encountered. He's observing you carefully.
You plan to get rid of this danger or maybe learn from Asterion's mistakes? Or are you still thinking about leaving this land for good?
He starts to chuckle.
Only the right questions will bring you the answers.
With lively steps, he heads towards the spring. He washes his hands, once again forcing you to wait. Old people need time to gather their thoughts. He tries to dictate the pace of the conversation and put me in my place. I'm gonna let him take his time. His voice is warm.
So how can I help?
I want to know what happened in the village in the east.
And no way I'm telling you that.
He raises his chin and his beard shakes.
Shameful tale ought to be kept in the past for the sake of living.
Can you tell me about the altar near the Crossroads in the north? He smiles.
There's a tree you should be paying attention to. A true gift from the forest. It answers to our offerings and rewards us with its magnificent fruits. They heal both the shell and soul and make anyone who eats them if they ever were. We gather around this altar whenever the winter ends, and whilst it requires a painful sacrifice from all of us, it prepares one's soul for the future like nothing else could. Cool. Let's sacrifice people to a tree. I dabble a bit in herbalism. Any chance you'd sell me some of the woundwort you grow here? He looks at you with renewed curiosity, then rests his wooden bench. From where he glances at pink flowers, his beard shakes and he tilts his head forward. Wishing to help the wounded, I see. A notable goal. Once his eyes turn towards your lips, you see a doubting raised brow. There's a good season to pick their flowers and leaves, but you'd leave me with nothing if the bare stalks, if the black tubers in the soil. And I quite like those tubers. You wish to take the oils away, take care of the rest. Shouldn't take more than an hour. Very well. Grab yourself a cloth from the bucket and keep your knees from the dirt. His tone has not a hint of light-hearted invitation. It's an order of master addressing their pupil. A statement is undisputed as the color of the sky. You put away your belongings and grab both cloth and a small spade that's placed next to you. As you prepare bumptious to graze in the peace, you notice a horned bear among the nearby trees, just down the path. You completely ignore... Oh! Luke! Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome on in. We are playing Roadwarden. I hope you had a good stream. We're playing Roadwarden. It's a kind of a text-based RPG. And we're exploring stuff. And we just attacked a flesh tree. Things are going great. It completely ignores your presence as you reach for your axe. You hear a calm voice of the elder. Let the beasts drink in peace. They seek no harm. After a minute or so, you place the cloth on the ground and kneel on it. You start by cutting away the oily parts of the plants with your dagger and placing them in a wax-soaked linen cloth, hoping they'll stay somewhat fresh before the season ends. You stop caring about the way they color your fingers with green and pink. You don't have to be gentle either, after all. You plan to remove the wound warts in their entirety. The man interrupts you before you start digging. I did not expect many herbs to be growing in this city. You look at him and wipe your forehead with your sleeve. Once you learn how to read, you find a lot in the herbaria. My neighbors used to be farmers before they lost their home in the war. They helped it a lot. I wasn't born in Howler. He nods. 3 bundles of black woundwort to your bag of ingredients. How was your stream, Luke? What were you up to? Thanks so much for raiding. You stab the soil with a spade, getting all the black rhizomes and roots you can. The man tells you to leave the garden bed as it is so he can add some animal dung to it. You've gathered a small pile of yellowish worm-like tubers, still covered in dirt, not much longer than a finger and disturbingly twisted. You gesture at the results of your work, but the man frowns and looks towards the pond. You forgot to wash them, herbalist. I begrudgingly carry the tubers to the bank. You get closer to the tiny waterfall. You stand across it and let the cool water do your job for you. In the meantime, washing your hands, the refreshing touch tempts you to take a sip as well. Finally, you put the tubers on the bench and the old man, without a comment, grabs one and puts them in his mouth, chewing with a hint of a smile. Your mount just woke up from its short nap. Stream some Kingdom Hearts? Nice. We love tubers. Who's your favorite tuber, chat? Have you met Asterion? He wanders among the garden beds from time to time, touching the leaves at hand. He was here more than once. He was near one to stand aside and let events play out by themselves. The villagers from the north are sometimes in need of my assistance, and Asterion was serving them as a messenger. He bends down and tears away a small flowerless plant. He wanted to settle down among those roads, maybe to live freely. He had great plans and wanted to make a realm flourish. To rebuild the ruins, to get rid of the brigands, and clear the trade route. I told him that the forest needs to name more people in that and the realm to wild to feed and clothe everyone. His greed and dreams have eaten him. Now he has no more. He pauses so that he can hear his heavy breathing. As he's getting tired, he straightens up. And that's that, traveler. If you wanted to look for his shell, travel north, far north. People there should know where he is. I'll do that. I've heard of some bandits. Were they bothering you? He strokes his beard, then grasps it nervously. Our souls who steal from the White Marshes, the village in the north. They would nay dare show up there. Those brigands are brute simpletons. Evil their leader, Glaucia, listens only to force and will humiliate for the enjoyment of her band. She will nay be afraid of some lost Roadwarden. He lets go of his beard and lowers his head. She drifted so far away from her old self. A kind, bright girl from Gale Rocks. Loved by her parents, but now, nay cross her, or she'll find you. What can you tell me about this place? Your eyes see what there's to know. People found copper in a cave. It's been abandoned for a long time now, so we turned it to a shelter to stay close to the sacred tree and its altar. We're servants, my wife and I, and this place is nothing more than servant's house. What can you tell me about the Druids? I feel like I don't want to ask that because Hydrate, thank you. YouTuber? But I'm not a tuber. Still haven't grasped the streaming thing, but you're enjoying the experience. That's the whole thing. As long as you're having fun, I think that's it. The rest of it you'll pick up in time. Like there's definitely a level of like balancing reading chat, playing the game, interacting, kind of splitting your attention. It's weird because when Dan Floyd started streaming, he was like asking me all about stuff of just like interacting with chat and like how to split attention, and I was like, I never realized like I was doing it. It just kind of happened. There's definitely like games that are a little more rough, attention-wise. Yeah, there's a lot of talking in this game. I'll probably do like another hour of this and then switch to something else because there's a lot of talking. But I am super intrigued, especially after the flesh tree. And Scoff, thank you for the gifted sub to Luke. Appreciate that. Dan is potato. What can you tell me about the peninsula? I lived here almost a century. Traveled both the paths and through the wilderness. His voice becomes stronger and makes you think of a bard. But I will have nae guide of a teacher. But I will have nae guide of a teacher. And if there's something I could wish for, 'tis that you will stay away from the woods. The creatures get angry the more we take from them. They do not listen to our wardens, and one day they'll bury us under a storm of claws and fangs. There'll be nae soul to spare to tear after us. His eyes are harsh as a hawk's, making him look like a priest who hears a child asking for honey on a day of a ceremonial fasting. What a sentence! Like, his eyes were sharp. That's my summary. Do not poke the hornet's nest. Do not red east. Never use the path that runs through the heart of this land. That road was meant to save time, but brings only death. Be a servant and an overseer. Do not try to bend the place to your will. He points at you and wags his finger after every word. Your will, anyone's will, is the key to danger, nay salvation. I thank him. These instructions are in line with my own thoughts. Not. Okay. Let's travel. How much time we got? 5 hours? We can travel a little more. Let's go north. You slow down. Among the shrubs, a small pack of dragonlings is feasting on a carcass of a gray orc. One of them, with red feathers on its arm, straightens up and gives you a curious glance. Its head tilts left and right, forward and back.
It screeches at you, but doesn't move forward or returns to its meal. You wonder what would happen if you were on foot. Would they let you be satisfied with their prey? Or would they run after you? But if so, for what reason? For now you have enough space to move forward, yet stay safe. The powerful jaws break the monster's bone loudly, then bite off and swallow chunks of meat. Keep riding forward, but I keep my distance and look over my shoulder. You are dead. Just wait. I'm waiting for that to pop up. The beaten road serves your palfrey well. The forest to your left becomes sparse and brighter, and there are dozens of human-made paths along the fruit-bearing trees. On your right, there's a large pasture with at least a dozen massive mouflons. 2 of them, already sheared, look comically small. Soon after that, you ride along a vast, flourishing field filled with rye still green, preparing to itself patiently for the second harvest. The path ends with a massive wooden gate. The stone wall separating you from the glow of lights behind it isn't as tall as the roofs, but you can't imagine climbing to its top. There are pretty much no cracks, no missing bricks, a sign of many hours of labor, especially considering how massive the settlement is, as wide as the city district. The birds and monkeys are now just a distant echo, replaced with the sound of carts, running hammers, saws, laughter, and shouts. Finally, maybe I can rest. A young man's leaning against the closed gate, covered by its shadow. He's young, tan, has short, elegantly trimmed red beard. Beneath the green gamson, he wears an expensive tunic decorated with colorful trim. From his arm hangs a steel helmet. The helmet is so thin, it's mostly made of wool and leather. He moves into the light and takes the posture of a disciplined soldier, not a mercenary. He's standing upright with his chin up. There are 2 weapons on the ground, leaning on the wooden beams of the gate, an axe made of steel and a wooden club. He doesn't reach for either. You dismount smoothly, still having some, that guitar. Still having some vigor left. Bumptious holds its tail high. A narrow path leads north, toward 2 field workers, one with a hoe and one with a pitchfork. They wave at you. You can't see their faces, but their clothing's simple. Gray pants and vest, made from hemp and wool. I wave back, why not? They talk for a bit, looking towards you and pointing at your mount. They walk away, disappearing behind the wall's corner. The guard smiles, yet avoids your eyes, and has to clear his throat before he speaks. Welcome, traveler. If you're not here to make trouble, Howler's Den welcomes you. We have the whitest flower there is. When he bows, you realize it's a well-practiced performance. If it's new garments you're looking for, you can order everything you need right here, in all colors, shapes, and sizes. Capes, boots, vests, robes. Or if you're a master of a needle, I can assume we have the fabric you're looking for. His act is over and he glances over at your mount in a moment of silence. His eyes get wider as he observes it with childlike fascination. This is bumptious. It helps him patrol the roads. You can pet its side if you want, but no sudden movements. He follows your instructions, even though your palfrey pays no attention to the man's careful touch. The guard grins widely. I'm Dan, your new Roadwarden. I want to see your mare. City folk, eh? Mayor is busy. I'll ask her. Give us a moment to let you in. He knocks at the gate, which is then pulled inward by 2 other guards. A man and woman, wearing their own gamsons, similarly green but tailor-made to match their figures. The figure buildings are simple houses made of wooden beams covered with thatch, while the storehouse is even more modest, with a roof made of planks. The watchtower has a ladder made of ropes and sticks, not stairs. Just give me a moment, the guard strides before he finishes the last word. The others close the gate behind you and observe your mount carefully. Your eyes run east, a humming creek through the center of the village. I wait for the return of the messenger. Calming Sand, aye? That's Howler's Creek. The guard, like most of the local, is taller than you. Wide but shallow, there's nae been a flood in years. Pa told me there used to be nae bridges. Neighborhoods crossed it with their boots in hand. 'Tis clean like a raindrop, but there ain't many fish. We're the cleanest village in the north. Her companion chuckles brightly. When the guard returns, he's still alone. She ain't come home now. A friend of mine in labor, eh? The mayor wants her there to be when the child arrives, but I asked to show you the village. I nod. Fine. He approaches the watchtower. Tie him out here. We'll keep the kids away. Most of the neighbors are getting ready to celebrate. I nod and think of my knife. If it's a trap, I'll get him first. and climb after him. Yeah, I'm gonna trust him. Even though the ladder swings in all directions, the guard gets to the top quickly, like a monkey climbing up creepers. You, on the other hand, need to stop and wait for the ladder to calm itself. When you join the man on the wooden platform, you're a bit dizzy. He's leaning on the wooden parapet, observing the area with a smile. I look around. Oh shit, the whole town view. See? There's Nate Place. This is Howler's den. The guard points in every direction, giving you no time to contemplate. For the next few minutes, he describes the fields and the crops, the flocks and the pastures, and the shepherds inspecting the fences. The ancient garden of trees and bushes, larger than the village itself, the sunlight dancing on the stream to its own tune. If you were to believe everything he describes, this place has access to everything in abundance. The sweetest honey, the most fragrant bread, the softest wool, and the beer, it is excellent. He sounds like a city merchant who's trying to sell an old house. What an annoying kid. Near Havlon, you could find 5 larger and richer settlements in less than 2 days. No wonder he's so proud. Why wouldn't it be? They've tamed this scrabble land and lived in comfort. Outlet in the middle connects both parts of the village. According to the man, the northern gate is hardly ever opened, as it leads nowhere now. Near the eastern gate, there's the Ape Ale Inn, where you can find a bed and victuals. And the stall is where Akakios rewards our work, unless we annoy him with pointless talk. He lets out a chuckle. On the opposite side of the creek, there's another white house. It belongs to Bion, the best clothier in the north. Priests live in the southeast near the wall, but they don't talk to strangers. I also hear about the hunter, the cooper, the fisher, the miller. Pie maker lives with his sister, the baker. The smith and her husband, the carpenter, live with their kids. Some of the larger buildings could accommodate 2, maybe even 3 generations at once. There could be more than 100 dwellers here. He considers stopping his speech, but he suddenly points to the islet again. There, see? The mayor's coming. The one wearing the purple. You're free to join her, traveler. I nod and climb down. You try to get down quickly, but 2 steps are enough to make you sure it's a bad idea. You wait for the ladder to find its balance. You're relieved when you touch ground again. You untie your palfrey and follow the guard. You pass a small pasture surrounded by a wooden fence, a few loose chickens, and a tethered boar. The fancier buildings are covered with whitewash coating and surrounded with vegetables, herbs, and flowers. The bridges are wide enough to carry even a wagon, but for Bumptious, walking on the wooden beams is far from pleasant. The islet is empty, but you notice an empty stall painted with the shapes of colorful... This place is so nice compared to, like, with the start of the game. I was like, oh, this is like a rough and tumble fantasy world. I walk over the second bridge. Soup! Soup! Thank you, Bon. Thank you for the soup. Along the entire path, you notice more and more people observing you, smiling or casually greeting you as they're focused on their own task. Finally, you reach the main square. A large tree grows in the center, surrounded by dark water, held together by a thin wall, perfect for sitting. But the smell coming from the liquid makes you think of rotten eggs. The plant reminds you of the tree you saw in the south, next to the swamp altar. Ooh. In the north, you see the Ape Ale Inn. Judging by the tables, stool, and benches outside of it, it's open for guests. The villagers are chatting and dining loudly, and you can catch their curious glances. On the side of the dining area, the merchant's arguing with a tall, broad-shouldered worker, an old man sitting by himself, eating a pie, with a walking stick leaning against the table. A young woman's cleaning the empty mugs in the creek, speaking with a man at least twice her age, maybe her father. I need a spot to tether Bumptious. There's a wide wooden roof next to the gate that shelters carts, crates, and sacks. You move your mount next to a donkey, to a beam placed here just for this purpose. Without a moment of hesitation, Bumptious starts to chew on the nearby haystack. You have some time to make sure it doesn't struggle with your bundles. You return to the inn. I look for the mayor and approach her. She's sitting in a chair with a 4-year-old boy on her knees. She's holding his hand gently, showing him how to eat gruel from a bowl. It's not a cheap meal, though. You spot nuts, berries, and milk. They added honey to make it yellowish. The kid is clean and quiet, but once he notices your arrival, he crams his mouth with a spoonful of oats. Now, love, the mayor titters. Do not get distracted. She rubs the meal off his face. Fill your spoonfuls, you'll go through Papa and help the kitchen, yeah? She gives you a radiant, though apologetic smile and turns her attention back to her companion. I observe her more closely. Her long, full-sleeve linen dress must have been dyed once in blue and once in red to achieve its dark, fancy purple, which would draw looks even in Havalon. From her left shoulder hangs a green woolen cape as thin as a shawl. The brown belt on her waist has a large steel buckle that portrays a running deer with unrealistically large antlers growing in all directions like tree branches. Unlike her tribe's folk, she's pale and powdered and rouged cheeks, and her lips match her outfit, though they're a bit closer to a wine red. The thick gray strands of her long blonde hair look more like a fashion choice, the result of aging. Her eyes are the color of a cape, keen and vigorous. She's shorter than most people around, who would still be the tallest woman in most northern settlements. While she's around 40, her slim hands and fragility to her appearance, even though her posture is upright, her legs confidently crossed, her delicate voice assertive. She makes plenty of gestures, but her shoulders hardly ever move. I wait as long as it takes. After a few more minutes, the boy lets out a gentle cough, and after a pat on the back, the mayor puts him on the ground. You did a great job, love. Now, I need to speak with our guest, darling. She addresses one of the inn workers, a girl close to 15. Take him to father, will you? Her tone suddenly gets firmer, leaving no hint of a question or suggestion. Yes, Ma, she responds. Both her hair and eyes are nothing like those of her brother, and neither kids resemble their mother. So we have a Roadwarden again. Please sit down. She vaguely shows you the palm of her open hand, letting you pick any place you want. It's in the stool opposite. You have a good look at the inn's front door, leading to a cellar-like ground floor. It's dark, with crates and barrels covered up like fruits, nuts, and vegetables. The actual inn is upstairs, but only the people who go in and out are the workers, most of whom are teenagers. The mayor observes your outfit carefully, at first looking as if she just ate an onion, and puts on a polite smile. What? Onions are delicious! What do you mean? Once your eyes meet, she hardly looks away. I'm sure you're hungry. My husband will have something to bring soon. No food's free. Now, let's not get silly, she lowers her voice. Nothing is free, but not every act of kindness is a trap. I'll fill your stomach now and we'll both fill our pouches later. And of course, she brings back her smile, 'tis a custom of ours to lend a hand to lost travelers. The forest is full of fruit. There's no reason for us to suffer from hunger. They don't accept. That's a relief. You're saving me from one awkward dinner. She taps her chest and looks back to the flock of birds that fly above you loudly, heading south. As we're waiting, be so good as to help me understand something. Even if you're a mercenary, I can imagine a single reason for you to choose this realm to your warning. Nay, so long as Asterion's disappearance, then there's no glory or treasures to be found here. Her pale fingers form a tent on her stomach, then clasp, leaving her forefingers pointing at you. You were sent here by merchants. You were sent here by merchants. They want the peninsula. She's smart. I simply explain the situation. You introduce yourself and confirm her suspicions. The guild and the deputy are in agreement. They're willing to send troops to this place, defend settlements, and patrol the roads. They'd cover their pay. You'd only have to look after their board and lodging. You explain that the rate of taxes is open to negotiations, but they would be taken twice a year in spring and fall. You have time to think about it, you assure her. And you're free to consult with your people. Safer Roads brings many more travelers, artisans, merchants. I know you realize it's an opportunity. Yes, I do. She finally interrupts you. But roads bring other people as well. Not all of them are desired by us. And she observes your palfrey. She twists her deer-like buckle left and right. The times have changed and your superiors were kind enough to send a messenger, not a temple guard with a list of their demands. She gasped the buckle with her fist. When it comes to the guild, there's always a catch. Her accent is now almost identical to the one used in the city. You don't have to trust anyone blindly. The negotiations can satisfy both sides. Oh, I wouldn't dare to trust some coin-hoarding trolls. She laughs at her own joke. They would devour the walls that defend them if they could. And I know some of the dirty tricks they use here. Here, listen to this one. She theatrically clears her throat, patting her chest with one hand, covering her mouth with another, and then leans forward and rests her elbows, allowing her hands to freely make gestures. You make a deal with the settlement. Flour and wool in exchange for coin and tools. You send the first traders and they imply you're ready to pay for more. Let's say parchment. Months later, you want no more rye, just the parchment and wool. Well, we can butcher more mouflons, the locals say. Don't worry, you answer. We'll send you a small flock. Just turn one of your fields into a pasture. As she pretends to speak as different characters, her voice comically shifts and she has no issue switching between accents. Oh, well, look at her. Keep a straight face. She swings her hand above the table. Another year goes by, and while there's more parchment, the village lacks some crops. The tribe needs not just tools and coins, plenty of coins, but also seeds. And the guild is not satisfied. Sending a wagon costs a lot, and there are more highwaymen now. If you want us to come again, you need more mouflons and sell us our cheese. And guess what? With a haunting laugh, she straightens up and spreads her arms like something a third her age. Turns out that the village can't say no anymore. They lack supplies, seeds, and land they can't refuse. I have no doubt that a smart leader like yourself is going to protect her people from these games. Oh, how wonderful. Keep the compliments coming. No soul in the square reacts to her loud laughter. But all that does mean I can't counter every single city ploy on my own. That's the good thing about living here. With these kind of people all around us. She nods towards two girls that are carrying a basket filled with vegetables between them. If some of us struggle, we're able to deal with the consequences. We all struggle, but we all benefit. But Howler, if they see profit in chopping off our arms, they'll sell them to the first bidder. She gives you a sad glance, but cheers up after a sigh. Let's finish the introductions. I'm Thias, one of the keepers of the Ape Ale Inn, and the mayor of Howler's Dell. I keep going Howler's Den. I don't know. Howler's Dell. I assume it would be convenient for you to take my answer back to Howler? She wonders for a moment. Say, when could we expect the first caravan? After winter? Depends on what you can sell and what you want in return. While the conversation goes on, the food gets served. The refreshing aroma of rusted mutton, covering a thick sauce made of mint, parsley, and honey, tempts you to bite in right away. The juices sinking into the round trencher, a plate made of a simple brown bread. There's a small bowl filled with chopped red radishes and sliced boiled egg, and a mug filled with cold buttermilk. It's all brought by a few young people, all of them referring to the mayor as their mother. And in the end, the innkeeper shows up to wish you a good meal. He's wearing a clean orange tunic and a not-so-clean apron made of hemp. He politely introduces himself as Eric's. And after confirming you won't get sick from what he prepared, he leaves you and his wife, to your conversation. I've already married Thias. It's happened. Thias tears the meat into smaller pieces and eats slowly, and often expressing her enjoyment with a hum. Meanwhile, we get to the important stuff. Hey, Kurt. Sounds like the nearby ground is fertile. The village would gladly pay its tax in grain and vegetables, with the expectation that a squad of soldiers would provide additional protection. Our youth is strong, she claims proudly, so we don't need your guards on our walls, but a lone Roadwarden won't keep the roads passable. We need fighters willing to patrol the paths, maybe even the heart of the woods. That's what we'd expect in return. You're not an expert when it comes to linen, cheese, and wool, so the mayor spends a good couple of minutes describing the outstanding quality of what the village has to offer, especially the clothes, which are meant to be as unique as those made by Master Crispus. You vaguely recognize the name of a tailor shoemaker, but you've never earned enough to pay him for as much as a single sleeve. And of course, we will never reject some steel and bronze. We lack alloys for sickles and scythes. She then repeats the question about starting a trade route. Truth be told, the guild is not sure what the peninsula has to offer. It's going to take them more than your village to convince them. Understandable. But you won't find much in the other tribes. They barely have enough to survive. Even after their trade for our crops, we only have a decent soil in this realm. We have the only decent soil in this realm. At least the people of Gale Rocks have salt and barrels of fish, while creeks sell meats and wood. Actually, if you have been to the creek yet, the farthest village in the northeast, you could give them a chance. She nods with a smile. They could use your help with keeping their roads safe. White marshes, on the other hand, as well as Old Pagos, are close to worthless. Or a trade route, that is. She clears her throat. After these words, she stands up, walks to another table, and offers her trencher to an elderly man who sits there by himself. With a trembling voice, he thanks her and starts to chew on the soggy bread. She sits down, wipes her hand into a clean cloth, adjusts the folds in her cape, and once again crosses her legs. So tell me, Dan, how is Haviland? I haven't gathered much news since the invasion. Things stay humble, but things are starting to look brighter. The harbor's full of life and kids grow strong. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. Not everyone has their own bed, but the new generation is about ready to start their own fight. It's far from great. Children who lost their parents during the war have no trade in hand. And there's not enough settlements to send them. Many people are unable to prosper. I'm gonna middle the road it. I was afraid it was lost to hunger. Her chuckle is trimmed with scorn. Good to know I was wrong. When the invasion started, the merchants were cheering in their houses, happy that they would sell all the blades and food they had stored. Can you believe it? The panic will make us rich. She imitates the voice of a pompous man. That's when all the southerners reached the villages. They found almost nothing to eat, she sighs. Staying in a remote peninsula can be a blessing. She pauses, hesitant to go on, then shakes her head slightly. Well, we can't change the past. How can I help you, Dan? I'm looking for Asterion. She stares at you in the eyes, then turns toward Bumptious. As you paw for your mare, we have 2 jacks. We could use some mules. She wants Bumptious to fuck. I'm going to repeat my question. I heard you, but he's not welcome here. Her voice is harsh, and I don't know where he went. We haven't burned him or fought his awoken shell, wherever he is. A long pause. It's not our problem. What are his wrongdoings? If you have to know, he failed, and won't get a second chance. He was meant to escort Gidia, a daughter of mine, to her betrothed in Gale Rocks. She was a gate archeress, and the road from here from the coast is not that dangerous. When they saw goblins on the road, Asterion ordered her to push through, right into their trap. She touches a deer-shaped buckle. They got jumped like a bunch of wealthy pilgrims. A Roadwarden worth their gruel should know better. He could fight with a blade, but my girl, she never had a chance. She sighs and looks at the gate. He disappeared soon after his pitiful attempt at apologizing to me, and we closed our doors behind him for good. I'll let you know if he ever tries to return. Thanks for the help. I wonder, back in Haviland, did you spend any time with the backwood corner? It used to be this dark, dirty alley with muggers working even in daylight. I stayed there with Octavia, the miller. In exchange for doing chores for her, she had this small wooden hut. Since the war, even the soldiers have avoided the street. People say it's a home for thugs. You wouldn't recognize it. It's a respectable street. One of the fanciest inns in the city, the Apple and the Boar. It would make you feel like you're in the old days. The Boarhead Inn is almost 50 years old now. There's no such street in store. I felt a great fire. I'm gonna be positive. You describe how family and Southerners started at a large shipyard right next to an alley, working on exotic boats in unusual shapes. Needing hands to work, they offered food and coins to many local thugs, and in time, more light and stalls showed up in the alley. As you describe the new inn, Thias burst into cheerful laughter. So it's the same family that ran the Boarhead Inn? And to think that I dared doubt the old lady's endurance. People like her, brave enough to bear the toil of their work, all going to bring salvation to us all. I was in the ruined village south of here. Her tense gaze shifts to the awkward click of her tongue and she leans away from you. I don't even want to think about that tragic fate. No one can negotiate with the wrath of the herds. A long pause. And I better not find you upsetting my neighbors with these sad questions. There's a challenging time for all of us. A wound we won't forget. What do you think of the scavenger who was here before? Ah, he's still alive, she says with distaste. He brought us some news from the north and paid his debt to us, but he's an idler and a prattler. Drinks too. The farther away he stays from here, the better. I was in Pelt to the north. The Innkeeper feels uneasy about Glossia's band. When you mention the raids on the northern village, her eyes narrow, are you sure it's the first time you've heard about it? Glossia has been around since years back, but she's not much of a nuisance.
I'm just a messenger. He's asking you to join forces with him. Well, I can't give you my answer. I won't ask our hunters to endanger their lives in pursuit of some gossip. I could ask around, learn some more about it. She sighs with exaggerated relief. What a splendid idea. There are only 3 villages in the north. White Marshes, farther north by the western road, Gale Rocks by the northern coast, and Creeks in the far east. Bring me news from those places, and you'll get my answer. I'm paid for passing a message from here to the Pelt to the north. Asking me to ride for you through half a peninsula back is entirely due. I'm just gonna say I can do that. How do people dress in the city these days? Is it similar to what we have here? Before the war, the merchants were wearing these really long dresses and robes, way too long for my taste. Got mud stains after every rain. I see no reason to keep shoes completely hidden. There's always a shortage of fabric. Most people wear tunics like the old days. For years, there was not enough hemp and wool on hand, so people started to wear furs again. I'm gonna say that. And that's just sad. When I was there were only monks that wore them. For some reason, I have no doubt the vengeful beasts have thrown their roads into a nightmare. The city folk would be tired of putting on rags. Even though she sighs, there's a cruel satisfaction in her smile. Tell me about Howlersville. It is what it seems like, the greatest village in the far north. She raises her hand and makes an inviting gesture, though I hope I still improve this and that. She winks at you, but suddenly interrupted by a pained cry of the little boy who hurt his knee during a fall. As an amused elder tries to calm him down, the mayor shrugs it off and titters, and meets your eyes again. Life's good here. We have what we need and a lot of what we want. Building on top of more than 12 generations is hard and work and bravery. She spends a good few minutes telling you about mouflons, wheat, rye, hemp, cheese, and wool, proud of every glimpse of prosperity. Whenever she mentions an artisan, shepherd, or farmer, she doesn't miss a chance to mention how significantly she improved their condition. She also omits some topics. You hear no tales, songs, ancestors, rituals, or days of prayer. It's like listening to a tax collector. Only at the very end of her speech does she mention the wisdom of the elders, now kept in the teaching of the druids who help her guide and trust her. They heal our wounds and our gardens, she explains, and then changes the topic to all the fruit trees and nuts in the woods. I drink. We talk and talk, but I still don't know where you're from, Dan. What's your story? Have you lived in Howler your entire life? In a way, I know it well as any other city folk, but every spring I train in horsemanship in a nearby village. Only for a bit, I was raised in a small village just nearby. To see the city for the first time after being surrounded by a couple of small houses and fields. It's a strange feeling, isn't it? She puts her hand on the table. Even after my second winter there, I felt like a stranger. For those who know how to live in the countryside, close to the wilderness, we will always find a new home for ourselves, don't you think? She gives you an encouraging smile. I saw a weird tree south of here, the one with the altar. She straightens up and raises her chin. You mean Beholder, the guardian spirit of our wetlands?
Ooh, I definitely didn't chop it.
I did not attack your guardian spirit, I promise. Every fall we bring our gifts, and return it provides us with blessed fruit, the flesh of the forest. She stares into your eyes. It's older than the oldest books and the oldest thoughts. The druids help us honor its sleep, and show us how it asks for help. Neither of these rituals, she scoffs, would be of use to you. I think they're bad. I think they like sacrifice people to this tree for good or something like that, and that's why it's so prosperous. Maybe. It's getting late. I could probably sleep here, right? Seem to be fairly well off, even more than the other people in the village. What's your secret? Necromancer's the north. She taps her fingers on the table. Yes, I have. After you ask her to tell you more, she seems to regain her confidence. You mean White Marshes, for sure. I don't know much about what's happening there. We avoid their lands if you can. She frowns. I shouldn't gossip about it with strangers. We can talk about it on another occasion. Seem fairly well off, even more so than the other people in the village.
This feels a little rude. I'm just gonna thank you for a time. You're in front of Apple Inn. Innkeeper. Even though the counter stands outdoors, it's not rotten or dirty, and you guess that, like other furniture, it's brought inside every night. Eric approaches you with a smile and leans on his surface with his fist. He's portly and even taller than his neighbors. He's got freckles, short gray hair, and an elegant beard. His long, woolen orange tunic has a decorative cut right under the neck, and loose braids at the edges. How can I help you, traveler? His accent's excuse me. How can I help you, traveler? No. How can I help you, traveler? His accent's heavy, nothing like his wife's. He stomps with a heavy boot and looks around, as if he's just waiting to get back on his task. His fingers are still dirty from weeding the garden. I could use a room. Sure thing. My kids keep it cleaner than you'll find in the city. Just tell me when you're ready. Thanks. Let's go to the Akakios? The man behind the counter is inspecting a sack of white flour. Mumbling to himself and occasionally cursing, the other locals walk away, giving you space to talk, trade, and peace. Weevils. He points a little dark blue insect that's trying to flee. Shit me fire. 'Twas good a few days ago. Any pies for us tomorrow, looks like. He puts the sack on the ground. I'll take care of it later. Roadwarden, eh? Even the mayor cared enough to see you, and kids line up to look at your horse. Strangers are like ghosts to them now. He's wearing a simple brown robe with no hood. A rope instead of a belt. A modest trim made of a green thread. It barely reaches below his knees, revealing his sandals and crude pants made of linen. At the same time, it's way too large for him and hangs from him like a bag. Looks like a poor vendor from Hovland. He stands sideways to you, legs crossed, leaning on the counter with one hand and keeping the other on his hip. He's about 40, short and a bit greasy, with a humble beard and hair. His fingers are unusually long. I'm looking for a trader. You'll find not much of a marketplace here if you're at the right spot. Everyone brings in what they have in abundance, and I either sell it to travelers or divide it among the workers, builders, artisans. There's things here that aren't mine. He runs his eyes over the crates and barrels. I would call myself a trader. I'm just a Akakios. A cock. I can show you our wares if you want. He smiles gently and looks towards your pouch. Our shelves are getting covered in dust. We could use some dragon rings or treasures. My neighbors will look at you with a kind eye if you bring them new. How do you say commerce? Commerce? You know, it's right, something like that. I don't need furniture or barrels of food. Do you have anything used for a traveler? Yeah, I have meat root from this tree. Isn't that weird? Wonder how I got it. It's hard to say, eh? What do travelers need? He clears his throat and turns away to have a look at his store. While some of the crates and barrels are empty, they carry an assortment of odds and ends. Tools made of wood and stone, pots, mugs, seeds, vegetables, fabric. It takes him a few minutes to look through the wares. He puts 3 packages on the countertop and he unwraps the first one. You recognize it, what it is by shape alone. Tell me this is a beauty. He chuckles and lets you hold the shiny battle axe. The haft is long, the head is light. I don't know what you're thinking. I say everything. He praises the weapon loudly, but you barely listen to him. You see a reflection in the unused blade, as sharp as they get. You're not a smith, but you see not a spot of rust. When you take a swing, it takes hardly any effort. The leather straps holding the pieces together are just for decoration. The handle is as smooth as glass and perfectly fits into your hand. Man chuckles. You like it, eh? I doubt you can afford it. But don't you worry, that's all I have. That's not all I have. His long fingers tap against the parchment windows of a lantern. Its frame's cheap, made of oak. Just glued, just quiet. Says, voice shaking the hair. Ain't as fancy the iron ones with oil, but you can carry it in caves without luring all the corpse eaters and goblins. Perfect for a traveler, just take a look. Inside the lantern, you find a place for a candle. Not a great match for people living in wooden houses. Hide and glue aren't easy to make, but they will make for more than 4 rings. Won't ask for more than 4 rings. Okay. The last sack is as wide as a saddle and 3 hands tall. It contains a whole bunch of undyed linen sheets. You usually keep them for traders.
But we could use a few dragon rings, and who knows if there's ever going to be a next caravan. It gives you a long look. Interested? Depends on what you want. 15 for the battle axe. I kind of think I want this lantern. Seems like a good choice. We have 6. I'm gonna buy the lantern. Bring goods to sell. A gesture for you to gather your things. That junk doesn't interest me. We're looking for what we can make ourselves, like iron or enchanted items. Maybe next time. You know what? There's something urgent. I need a medicament for my daughter. She's not hurting anything. He raises his open palms as if to show he's not holding a knife. She's a teen, wants to start hunting in the woods. I cannot teach her much, but I'll sleep better with having a healing potion. You have. Almost 9 days. Bring the potion before last dusk. I'll pay you 5 dragon rings. A strong elixir would be more than 5 coins. Well, now, it is all I can pay, he spreads his arm. I'm not sculpt, you stupid. The dragons here belong to the village. 5 is fair pay, and I'll mention all the neighbors how helpful you are. Takes a deep breath and adjusts his robe, still sweating. She didn't want to take the stall after you? Ah, but that's fine. She hates me. It's better for her to take after her mother. Your daughter hates you? His low voice sounds like grunting. Since you have to know, our laws make me admit I was a wife beater. Oh, okay, you're a piece of shit. In my own deeds, I lost my family. My daughter has a new father now, and I'm not allowed to marry again. As he starts to speak faster, he also wags his finger at you. But I never touch my girl. Keeping her safe is the right thing to do, even if it doesn't make things right. Old Pagos. Safer bet beyond Old Pagos on the mountain of the crazy monks. Crazy and boring, more boring than Mouflon, but they brew with Numa. You can also head south, east of the Crossroads, behind the Pelt to the north. And Chaos Carry? Yo! What are you doing? Thank you so much for 3 months, Chaos Carry. Hope you're having a good one. You can head south, east of the Crossroads, behind the Pelt to the north. I ain't been there myself, but you'll find a dolmen there. It's the oldest city. And this, he reaches for a clinching pouch and pulls out a massive iron key. It's meant for some secret passage there. How do you know about that secret? From a merchant, she's in the south of Hag Hills. I was meant to pass the key to a friend, but he never showed up. And you just keeping this key ever since? I kept it with my trinkets and coins, that's all. We were planning to go there for years, but it's one of those things you talk about, never do it. His brief laughter turns into a cough. Fine, I'll look into it. About the potion. I have a healing potion. With a grin, he picks up the bottle gently, jiggles it, weighs it in his hand, and puts it on the counter. Great. And let's hope my little girl will get herself swallowed by a dragon. So we said, 5 rings. He smiles and looks for the coins in a large pouch. Thanks, bringer of good news. I take my reward. He knocks on the countertop with his long fingertips. Nothing for now. Let's go to the tailor. Woman in her 40s, just looking. My game still needs some work. 2 to 5 dragon rings for fixing jackets, but I don't want to get them in for this. Tell me more about this spider silk. It is silk made by spiders. I meet her eyes. She's the first one to break the silence. The large ones, they used to spin webs. It's stronger than thread, but my neighbors don't walk the woods no more. It's getting harder and harder to get any silk. Let me think about it. See you, Naria. Enhancement 20. Find your own silk to get a better price.
We just gotta kill some spiders, chat. Fancy tunic. Takes 1 day of work, 2 days of work. Makes you look like a merchant, rich city official, or a diplomat. Oh, cool. Okay. Let's go to the priest. It's south of the dead tree in the main square before you get to the second thatched building. A large man stands up in front of the bench and gets in your way. He's close to 50, taller than most people you've seen in your life. Broad-shouldered, his hair is short, beard, and brown, matching his elegant woolen robe. A thick club is attached to his right wrist with a leather strap. His left sandals are he left his sandals by his sitting spot. Many want to speak to our guides and teachers. He speaks with a solemn, strong voice. But you're nay welcome here. Turn back, strangers. I'm your new Roadwarden. Are you sure there's no soul here that needs my assistance? His harsh look softens. We can handle ourselves. If that changes, Elpis. Elpis? Oh shit! We're going back to Elpis, chat. It's the crossover you never saw coming. So be it. You wander through the village, you smell the pleasant aroma of ground herbs as well as freshly baked bread. The druids won't agree to see me. Go to the main square. Okay. I think I'm gonna sleep on the mouflon. Oh, it gets rid of. I'm gonna be really fucking nasty. I'll pay the 2. Your first sleep ends, but your usual 1-hour break is instantly disrupted by noise. You stand up, walk to the window, and see the reason for the commotion. A group of workers is just outside the inn, drinking and laughing. Eric the Innkeeper is also among them. You could join them, but if you do, you won't get a good sleep tonight. And after such a long day, you may end up exhausted. Nah, we sleep. During your time in Hovland, you learned how to ignore drunken crowds. You can relax and return to your routine. Yeah, I need good sleep and a bath. And we even healed too. You spend the night in peace in a clean bed, with a tightly shut window and a warm blanket. In the morning, you find a stool placed by your bed covered with raw cabbage head, a smoked quail wing, and a cup of yogurt. Once you get dressed and go downstairs, a young boy who's covered in mud speaks unusually loud and enthusiastically, mentions that Bumptious has already been brushed and watered. You nod, but he runs outside without noticing it. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying out another bowl with either stew or gruel. Bias is nowhere to be seen. I leave the square. We traveling time. Okay, I want to go back to the ruins and bring him to the Pelt to the north. So let's go to the ruins. Let's see if the fish trap had any luck. It's still empty. Damn. The northwest part of the village. Colorful grass covers the entire fenced pasture. See a couple small sheds, a latrine. Small building is south. All these places were cleaned by scavengers. Bump just doesn't want to approach the large ruins to the north. Terrible stench of feces and rotting food scares you off as well. The paths are covered with goblin footprints. It's daytime, so the pack should be asleep. If the beasts were active, they would try to scare you off or hunt down your mount. This is their territory. Go somewhere else quietly. Southeast. You find a small backyard. The ground is beaten, the grass grows. Right next to the building. It would have been a fair spot for training dancers and fighters. The rubble has been pushed into the corners of the houses. The furniture is broken, but you find something of use in one of the piles. A slightly rusty piece of steel. Once you pull it out, you realize it's a coral for a crossbow. Still usable. northeast. The debris was partially moved outside the destroyed houses, but you find nothing of value. The table, cupboards, shelves, and bits of pieces were carefully ransacked. You spot fresh human footprints at the entrance of the latrine. You notice a set of simple tools leaning against a pile of rubble: a wooden spade and a shovel, a pointy stick, and a hoe. All of them are too old or too awkward to bother transporting them around. You know where to find them if you need them. Good to know. I walk away from the walls. Shit. Well, that sucks. You have like limited time in there, I guess. I guess it smells too bad and makes you sick. And I didn't go to him fast enough because I wanted to explore the missing stuff. The path gets greener and meanders towards a treacherous precipice. You ride slowly, passing by birds and ibexes. From the distance, you spot circling harpies, and below you, a roaming mountain cat pursuing a mouflon. You take a sip from your water skin. The air here is a bit dry. The path leads you down again to a small, moist valley, impenetrable for a rider. The thicket is made of thorny shrubs, tall grasses, and the weak, fallen boughs of Nourish mosses and mushrooms. You examine the remnants of the path covered with greenish puddles, without the roots, with a fresh layer. It may still be stored. You look behind you, the road's clear, no ambushes. But if you hope to clear this place, it'd be better to do so soon. It only gets denser with the passage of days. Should be done in 2 hours or so. Let's do it. Your muscles, not used to such tiring work, grow tired quickly, so you take a few short breaks, avoiding the thorns and dirty water. When it comes to pushing aside the bows, breathe heavily, but you only need enough space to let your palfrey get through. Maybe the animals will start to roam this place again, beating the path. Reach a convenient mountain pass, with crags smoothed out by centuries of rain and wind. The sun warms up both the vegetation and the beaten road. The only beast you spot are loud rooks, glancing at you from the rocks and branches. Clearing the road slide would take hours of work in a large group of people, while forcing Bumptious to climb up and down could break its legs. Dismount. Climb up the rocks, having plenty of spots to rest your hands. Most of them won't even move an inch. As you get closer to the small dead tree, you notice something odd amongst the stones. Pieces of old fabric completely covered by mold. Most likely the remains of a tunic. Gotcha. To the north. The road is beaten and free of litter. You notice paths between the fruit-bearing trees on your right. Soon after that, you ride alongside vast fields of broad beams, almost ready for the second harvest of the summer. Alvius, thank you for 18 months. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it. Then there are green hemp plants taller than you are, waiting for a scythe or sickle. The locals keep the beast at a distance, I guess. Bumptious hooves thumpily loud on the beaten track. A green bush, shrub, and tree prove that there is soil fertile here. Yet the plants don't overgrow the road. These crossroads must be busy at all times, maybe even patrolled. In the distant west, you see the mountain peaks dividing the lowlands from the ocean. The road east leads toward the hills, behind which there are unusually tall, dark trees. There's a dense forest to the north, from which you hear a croaking of toads. The last path is already known to you. Search the area. The thicket doesn't help. You notice the remains of berries and pears, but most of them are already rotting, spreading close to wooden stools at the side of the road. The nearby creek is not impressively deep, but the beaver dam, for some reason taller than you are, makes it wide and the waters the surrounding soil. A few steps away from the southern signpost, you find something sticking out of a shrub. It's a moist plank covered by fungi. You move it with a stick and a gloved hand. After a minute or so, you confirm it's an abandoned side, covered with green letters and colorful pictures of flowers and grease. Steep house. You read it with difficulty. Find out where the old sign used to be attached. The southern post is the only one left with nails. Take another look at it. Search the area more. Okay. Let's go to the southern one. Each square has a large letter in it, and together they spell Howler's Dwell. Both the pictures and letters are not too old. There are no other words or marks. The plank was attached to a set of modern wedges. Attached with nails made of pointy carved bones divided into 3 sections covered with small engravings. Part of the left has 3 squares with roof-like hanging above them. No other pictures or words. Okay, question. So they changed Howler's Dwell. It used to be called Steep House? Is what I'm gathering? City-like gate with a watchtower to its left and right, and a couple of small conifers growing beside and partially behind the towers. Stone and monastery. Okay. Quarter leaves and gray rocks lead you to a gate large enough for a wagon, held together by a wooden bar. The planks and rocks are covered with claw marks left by various monsters, but they weren't able to damage the wall as much as the passage of time and piercing rains. A large man, covered in shadows, is observing you from the roof tower. His voice is hoarse, distrustful. "You lost? I don't know you, mug." I'm Dan, the new Roadwarden. You're the gatekeeper, I assume?
Well, you're just on duty and armed, so you know.
He lifts a loaded crossbow and sticks it out of the shadows.
But I'm no enemy of ya.
He leaves the tower, wearing a black gamson, so ragged it can't be fastened anymore. Tells a story of claws, thorns, and improvised repairs. The hole in the man's hemp pants reveal a scraped knee. It's hard to tell his age through his exhausted, sleepy eyes, a short, unkempt beard, and bandage horizontally covering his ears in a spot that used to be his nose. There's clotted blood in his brown hair and mud in his clothes and brown neck. Despite all this, he's a huge show, with wide shoulders and thick legs. He straightens up.
"So, Warden, you new to the job?"
"New here, but I know what I'm doing."
"No pass would prepare ye for this shit place. That's all 8 piss and blood. Just before sunrise, a bird tried to pluck out my eye.
This guy here kicks the brick with his heel.
It's older than me. All there?
He points behind him in his weapon.
Wild beasts. I tried built this place to keep them away from us. And us from them.
He scratches the bandage on his cheek.
Name's Quintus, from Old Pagos. Been there?
Not yet.
So you don't know. It's west from here, behind the crossroads. But it's touched by sickness. We used to send one soul here every morning and escort them back before nightfall. But some days ago, no one came for me. I spent a night here. Sneaking wolf shits almost got me.
He picks up an almost empty water skin from behind a parapet and takes a sip.
I went home by myself. I wanted to learn about the sick. I've been here ever since.
What do you know about the plague?
Not much. It kills, that's all there is to know. My tribe's smart, locking the gate. That right, give them strength.
Shouldn't you look for a real shelter?
He trembles, his eyes widen. Someone has got to stay at the gate. The villagers in the east don't know about the illness. They may try crossing the woods. Hit the closed gate with fleeing some wolves and stuff.
He rubs his dirty neck.
They can't leave the gate open. It's like a dam for monsters. All I can do is choose the way I die. This is it, with my duty fulfilled.
You could at least spend the nighttime in one of the villages. He adjusts his jacket by shaking his shoulders, making the buckles jingle.
I'm not a beggar. The villages in the north won't help me more than a day or two. I got no dragon bones, just this little ibex.
He pats his crossbow.
Old Pagos is by itself. We don't look for kind folks.
He thinks for a moment.
I'll just wait. I'll get back home once the plague's done, or before winter.
You look at his disfigured face. He may be a bit too proud, but he knows more than the locals do. He glances at Bumptious.
You understand, I'm sure. Warns our souls of duty.
About the gate.
Here, see?
Point to the long, twisted rope that hangs from the iron hook.
I climb up and down and remove the beam on the other side. It'll take down yours. You need at least 3 hours to get through the woods.
He touches his stomach, takes a deep breath.
We need you to get me out first.
What do you want?
I'm hungry. Give me some rations, maybe. Dried meat, apples, nuts, maybe. Size you up. 5 meals. And I'll help you with the gate.
How about I pay you?
I can't do it with coins. I gotta stand the wall and...
He hesitates and looks away with frustration.
Traveling without an ass to ride isn't safe, you know.
And give me coins. I'll bring you a barrel of salted fish or some oats.
I hardly have any. Not to barter. Why would I carry pretty stuff on a wall duty?
Sure, I'll bring you food.
Thanks.
His smile may be disfigured in his wounds, but it's as warm in his voice.
I can take any help I get.
Look for Asterion.
That's nice, but he hasn't been here in many days. You sure he's not dead?
After you admit he may very much be, he puts a hand on his waist.
Well, better get ready to slit open every dragon building in the wilds.
Did he often travel through the woods?
Sure. Rode on a different mount. He had a saurian, 4 ibexes long, 2 ibexes tall. Moves on 4 legs, jumps high and far. Dark green, like rotten leaves. At one time I was taking a piss in the shrubs.
The shrubs?
And the shrubs, and Asterion made the beast run up the rock face and jumped on that.
He points up the hill.
And ran above the wall, laying on the other side, just like that.
He snaps his fingers, his voice and eyes gained with new vigor. You said the saurian was large and green?
I mean, not everywhere.
He points to the eyebrows.
He had red scales here and on the tail and shoulders, I think. I don't know what to call it.
He asked him a bit about Asterion, but he has little to add.
There used to be 6 of us keepers. I saw him every now and then, but not that often.
What can you tell me about the road behind the gate?
Not much.
Chuckles turns into a cough.
It leads through the lowlands, mostly woods and some ponds. It's dark and lethal.
He mentions tales of ghosts, dragons, fog, and blood mages, but whenever you ask about creature in particular, his response is vague and brief.
The tribe's abandoned this path. Ever since the War, the trade has been slow. People, you refuse to patrol it. The plains are getting taller. Excuse me, my voice is cracking. But for at least a few more seasons, it's still a shortcut. It's good that you have a mount. Bolt chases you, stay close to the path, run as fast as you can.
Heard about some bandits. Scratches his bandage on his cheek.
I know there's one bandit somewhere, but not around. Never saw him.
You afraid of Glossia? He straightens up and gives you a long look.
I don't know who you're talking about.
He doesn't trust me enough. What's it like to live in Old Pegasus? He opens his mouth, giving you a puzzled look, then lets out a weak chuckle.
What am I to say? We got rocks.
He taps the wall, makes houses, bowls, foods.
And make houses, bowls, tools. We sell them too. We grow oats and broad beans. Ibexes give us wool, skins for mounts. What do you call it? You write on? Parchment. Yeah. It's a good place. Beautiful old hill. That's what Pagos means. Old hill.
When you bring up the monastery, his eyes get brighter.
Good people. Came on a mission teaching us Wright's book. My grandparents were pagans, you know? Back when we followed the river of truth. We keep to ourselves, but others, they won't need us.
Alright. How much time we got? 5 hours. You cross a clean, shallow, yet wide creek that runs south, then follow an uphill path squeezed between hills and lush forest. You spend a good couple minutes passing a haunted meadow filled with dozens, maybe 100 cut-down trees, now overgrown by bushes and grass. You can't think of another time you've seen a clearing of such size. Seems dangerous if this goes on. Animals will join forces to strike down whoever's responsible. Yeah. Once the clearing ends and turns to another corridor of trees and hills, you stop your horse. There's a monster in the middle of the road, reaching out with his long arms to grab and devour fruits and leaves from tree crowns, chewing on them without haste. It's standing on its hind legs and leaning on a thick tail. There isn't much hair on its gray skin. You see its impressive muscles. The beast is 3 times the size of a human. While each move it makes is slow, its long claws and the ease of which it breaks one of the branches make you think that a single swing would be enough to pierce your jacket, or likely would be simply break your bones and send you into the air. Like most people, you know quite a bit about pebblers. Once they get used to an unfenced farm or forest garden, getting rid of them can be a huge issue. There aren't many blades able to cut through their thick skin and bones, and a single mistake may put them in a furious charge, encouraging them to look for human dwellings that they can tear down in revenge. The beast doesn't give you as much as a glance, but also doesn't move away. The best you can hope for is that it's going to walk away on its own. Maybe tomorrow, maybe later. Return to Crossroads. Damn. Okay. North. Some parts of the road lead uphill, some downhill. The forests are lush, not too dark. Huge foraging deer and beer. Deer and beer. Deer and boars keep their distance, and the birds are disinterested at your presence, singing cheerfully and preening their feathers. Sounds of an ongoing hunt reach you from the east, but none of the nearby creatures seem bothered. Once you get farther north, the cut-up meadow reveals tall hills on the other side of the stream, but the road leads to a valley. There's a gentle plume of smoke coming from one of the mountains in the west. The road leads to a gentle creek filled with buzzing flies, mosquitoes, and gnats. You don't spot any critters along the tall meadows. Seeing the shapeless, dark vortex of wing, Bump just snorts. You're currently on the southern bank. Access to an alchemy table can make a protective ointment. Look for a different route. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not gonna push. Apparently I have to. Well, that sucks. It won't let me. Takes you longer than you would hope for, but you manage to cover yourself with an armor of at least 3 layers of linen, leather, wool, and hemp. Only your eyes and a single finger remain without cover. Once you get close to the ford, countless creatures beset you, making you instantly shut your eyes. They're striking the clothes, covering your open mouth, and hitting your shell like a squishy, buzzing hail. You ride forward blindly, trying to get out of here as fast as you can, but the insects stick to you for another few minutes. The red marks on your finger start to burn slowly. Bump just swishes its tail angrily as you turn to its head, observing you with one reproachful eye, pitting its ears back. You look around to make sure nothing will try to jump on you, and once you decide you're safe, you take off the suit. Unless you find an easier way to protect yourself, the insects will keep slowing you down. Is Bumptious okay? Seems Bumptious is okay. You approach the opening gate, swiftly dismount. A guard approaches you, ready to take your mount to a stable. Hello, stranger. What news do you bring? Gossip for a bit. Spend a few minutes with Bumptious before you reach the square. Someone clears the throat. You turn towards a man. The stable master. He both introduces himself and answers an unspoken question. You frown and realize that you indeed saw him before. Your palfrey was nicely taken care of. Rather, I'm one when 'tis necessary, but I grandly What the fuck is he saying? Rather, I'm one when 'tis necessary, but I'd rather grind flour, he says with annoyance. Do you nay think your beast waters itself, brings itself fodder from a storehouse, or cleans its own shit, nay? Takes time, and hey, if 'tis, he points at your companion, is nay gonna work for you. You better have a pouch at hand. You look behind you. The stables are not so much of an open shed. A pile of planks, 2 donkeys, and a bunch of napping chickens. Come to think of it, it's an opportunity for the village. Horse manure makes for great plant food. You describe what you learned during your studies, and the man stops paying attention. Fine, he sighs. We'll grab a shovel and barrel. Issue solved. I feel like I gotta eat because I'm gonna run out of shit. Like most people, you wake in the middle of almost every night. Before your second sleep comes, you spend an hour or two taking care of your belongings, shell, and soul. Some people spend this time with their friends, families, or lovers, but your routine is different. You don't have any time to take care of an essential task. Work out a bit, spend some time outside observing stars, check on Bumptious, good time to brush, make sure he has everything he needs. Before you think about dreams, stay where I am, trying to ease my soul and focus on breathing. Check on Bumptious. You spend the night in peace in a clean bed with a tightly shut window. Okay. Leave the square. Travel. Ruins. He's probably dead. I'm betting he's dead. Entrance to the scavenger's hideout is open. You see scraps of metal organized in pile while the old furniture has been dismantled and loose planks and pushed into corners. Hey, Roaster! The man looks tired, his beard sticky, but he smiles. You ready? I'll start packing the tent. If you don't want to wait, start putting the iron on your mount. It'll be quick. Just say the word, we can leave. Time to head to Pelt in the north. Stafford keeps asking you to watch for the beast and wraps the sharp scrapes of iron in his cape. Folding the tent and putting in your horse takes a while, but neither of you can sit down on the large pile of sacks and bundles. There's a long walk, but Bumptious won't be much of a burden. Once you clear the room, you walk away. You hear only birds and horseshoes. And the man starts to whisper, faster, hey, apes are looking at us. You don't see any proof. Nothing we can do about it. You move forward, slow down by having to secure the bundles of Bumptious' back and carry your own bags. After half an hour, the man asks for a break. Even though you shared your food with him, he's not fully recovered from days of hunger. The farther away you get from the ruins, the more cheerful and talkative he gets. Mostly speaking about what he needs to buy and how much he hated the damn place. Then the beasts show up. Bring out the axe. A loud bunch of griffins block the road near a pond. For you, their colorful furs and feathers don't look much different than the pack you faced in the valley days ago. There's still some distance between you and them. You could have crossed in less than a minute. Maybe 20 beasts in sight, and this time they pay you much more attention. They spread their wings and start to screech, some making leaps forward. Your mount is too overloaded for you to turn away and get out of their range. Better to hold our ground, groans the scavenger, preparing his crossbow and dagger. I'm gonna say stay defensive, because killing one of them isn't gonna do shit. There's 20 of them, and I don't think they're gonna get startled if they're already approaching us. Like, I'm gonna go with defensive. He nods and blocks the path between the beast and your mount, then raises his loaded weapons, moving his aim between the approaching creatures. I stay close to the scavenger, making sure nothing jumps our backs. Keep a distance between us so we have enough space to fight. I'm gonna stay close to him. The man's arrow hits and stops one of the creatures, but it doesn't buy you much time. He realizes your plan and also gets closer to you. The semicircle of beaks and talons is hardly organized. One of the creatures simply leaps at you and others follow. For the next minute, you slice and dice whatever you can, filling the air with screeches and feathers. The sheer number of opponents overwhelms you more than once, and it's difficult to keep pushing them away with your free hand. Judging by the painful shouts, the scavenger's struggling, but still alive. Finally, it all ends. Though not because of lack of opponents, the two creatures you butchered are on the ground, but others, some of them hurt, have enough strength to run away. Their will's broken, yet the pack will go on for at least some time. Your fine gamson keeps you in one piece, and is still in decent shape. The man spits on the ground. The apes and ibex bang this place day after day. He leans forward, taking a few deep breaths, and looks at you. Roadster, we're a fine team. You and I. Let me draw my ballistas and we can move forward. Take care, bunches. The man's sleeve and stomach are soaked with blood, and he tells you to ignore it. Once you get close to Pelt, he whistles enthusiastically. You weren't kidding. Hey, what a fortress. The guards open the gate and take care of the scavenger's bundles, which Bumptious welcomes with a nicker. The man introduces himself quickly and asks to be brought some water from the well. Thank you, Rooster. I need to ask the innkeeper if he has any soap. I'm not gonna chop off my own damn arm. He clicks with his tongue. But like I told you, if you want coins, you can come back tomorrow when the pouch gets heavier. By then I would prefer if you give the potion that repels ape men instead. It's not useful, but not as much of the south as it is here in the woods. I'm gonna take the dragon bones because I want to buy the rations. Don't worry, if anything, I can always leave them in the innkeep. We're here for at least a couple of days. You'll find me around. After all my recent camping, I'm gonna spend a few hours kissing this nice, strong wall. He starts to laugh and walks away, waving goodbye. Approach to the guards. I have a job for your crew. There's some goblins in nearby ruins that pose a danger on the road. As long as it involves someone paying for it, I'm ready to listen. What you want to know about the pack? Without interruptions, you tell off as much as you can. Get rid of them will do the trick, sure, but as long as those buildings ain't razed to the ground, new beasts will move in sooner or later. Though I ain't one to stop you from reaching into your pouch. A brief smile quirks her lips. Now, you need to take care of some things first. Hunters or not, we won't raid a lair blindly. What do you want me to do? This game is neat. It really is. I'm super curious, like, kind of just where it's going, because I like the idea of, like, okay, I need to meet all the people and convince them to let the merchants take over. But it's also like the whole like druid stuff with the flesh tree is super interesting. Like I want to see all the towns, because we have like a town full of undead. We have the plague town. Something sus going on with whatever the other town's name was. What was it? Herdingdale or something like that. She lists your task one by one. In the meantime, bending forward to brush the board. Make sure you looked around the entire village. My crew will get mad if it turns out there's another lair just behind the corner. And be sure there's no soul around. When we fight, we don't want to do rescue jobs, and if we do, they cost a lot. The board grunts and turns around, leading her to its other side. Speaking of which, for you, it's gonna be 14 coins. But we'll take some of the loot we find. We won't let go of magic swords or rings because, not that I expect any. She straightens up, but who knows? Just so you know, I'll bring an axe with me. She looks at you if you're a lunatic. We won't take you with us, Dan. If you can kill a goblin, good. But we have a team. Our own words, knowledge of our strong and weak sides. We don't need you around. Just give us 2 or 3 days after you pay us and we'll take care of it. How about some coin? Like to know more about you. Oh, she giggles to cover confusion. You asking me out? You ain't interested in any silliness. She brushes away the hair on her forehead. The tangled chaos all over her scalp cares not for her efforts. Undoubted. Half my life ago, I was living on crops. I bet I shot down more monsters than you broken eggs. Are you much of a fighter? Many more eyes turn towards you. If you live as a traveler, you face enemies, not really an option. While Dalit pats the board of the guards and their back get to their own affairs. Well, I guess there's always an option to stop the journey. One should always look for a new home. Not much to tell, honestly. There are many beasts around, both wild game, dangerous monsters. That's an unusual time. I expect to be close to the gate and shorter. Like in Haviland? Fair? But it ain't here to protect the gate. This stronghold was built long before we moved in. It's not to fight off humans. The tower was meant to be used as those to observe the deep forest. We look out for fires, dragons, any winged creatures that are looking to roost on the roof. Baldy, she points towards the man who indeed is completely bald, has a great eye and sees even well in darkness. Any interesting creatures living nearby? Huh? Here? Everything lives here. She flips her hair. I swear, we saw a few dragons, a unicorn family, a battle between trolls and goblins, faced 2 beastmen, a gargoyle, and hunting queen shouts all the time. I can tell you about them, but I won't. She winks and pats the boar on his head. You know, hunters have their secrets. What do you usually hunt for? Anything we can sell or eat? Anything we can sell or eat. If there's partridge, a squirrel, or a rat, we don't complain. When we move as a group, we look for something larger. Deers, aurochs are delicious, but we don't always look for taste alone. There's value in bones, antlers, claws, tusks. Things people use to make tools or sculptures. We use some of them to make we make tools and spears. You can never have enough spears. She pauses to look at a strand of her hair, then suddenly speaks up again. And we look for furs, of course. I want to know about the hunting queen, howling queen, whatever the fuck that was. Sorry, I don't really go in those regions. We stay close to home, but sometimes we move south or go west to Howler's Dell, but only to trade. They're fine with buying more than they need since they take wares to the coast. She takes a long breath, twirling her hair and gathering her thoughts. You know what? I've never seen a beach, and I've been living here for more than 10 years, she giggles. The only part of the sea I've seen was from Old Pagos, a place on a hill. Never put a toe in salt water. She looks towards the other huntress, who confirms that her experience is the same. But Old Pagos is a good place. As long as you don't mock their order and act nice, they'll be kind. Boss says they're too serious for him to stand them, but at least they don't buy it without a reason. Thanks. Looking for knowledge about wild creatures. Well, I told you knowledge valuable. I don't know. She looks at the boar, which seems obsessed. 15 dragons? Fuck, they're bleeding me dry. Any discount for friends? Well, depending on the friend. She gives you a radiant smile. Let's say 13. If it's too much, maybe ask me after you spend some time around. Show us what you're capable of, or play dice with us when you have an hour to spare. These folks here, she starts to whisper and points her thumb to the guards behind. They crave gossip. Never mind. How many coins did I get from that? I have 6. I just spent 2, so I got 1 coin from that. Or I had 7. I spent 2, I think. Fucking let's walk. I walk away. Oh shit, I didn't check my fish trap today. Should I do... 45 minutes. 10 hours? We could do it. Let's go check. We're checking it. You pull the rope and see 3 flopping fish. You prepare your axe, then open the lid and reach for your catch. You stun the animals one by one with 2 careful blows at the top of their heads, then finish them off with a knife, cutting underneath the gill plates. You spend another minute or 2 bleeding out the fish in the stream, then cover them with a waxed linen sheet. You should eat them soon before they spoil. I step away. I take the fish trap back. We got fucking 3 fish. Not worth much. Could be bartered for food or sold. A hybrid between wood and flesh, covered with hair and partially sunk in its own red ooze. When taken out, it twitches. Ooh. I said I was gonna play for 3 hours and then switch to something else, but like, I legit just want to keep going. I'm so curious. I do have to use the bathroom, so I will be right back. I'm back. I burnt my tongue on that shitty chai latte I had. Not only was it a shitty chai latte, but I burnt myself. What the hell? Candy. Okay. Let's travel. I cannot eat while playing this game. Okay. The curvy road east is overgrown. Bumptious trots when it has a chance, but more often walks, forced to jump over larger branches blocking the path. The nearby lake is surrounded by thirsty wildlife. Observe the forest, ready to react. A couple of stone slabs were turned into a hut-like shape, one of the ancient chapels raised by the priests of the United Church. In the days, a few soldiers or even a few shelters. The dolmens proved to be especially durable through the conditions they offered were harsh. The entrance is barely wide enough to let you walk inside. It wasn't meant to keep larger beasts away, including your palfrey. You can't spend the night here. You dismount and look around. Approach the hourglass. Oh, because that's the shit I have. It's the common religion's sign of the city folk, adapted by the United Church, orders of truth, and the majority of the fellowships. It's used in temples and during the funeral rites, but also to decorate codices or jewelry. The winged hourglass portrays an ephemerality of life and the rigidity of time. When possible, they're made of steel, signifying the strength of humankind's determination and innovation. As you touch the hourglass and pray. The stone welcomes your open palm coldly. The hourglass doesn't start to shine. The birds don't cease their singing. There's no incense inviting you in the chapel. Yet once you close your eyes, gather your thoughts, and rub the sacred shrine with your fingers, your soul is focused and tranquil, as if awakened after a long rest. In your silent prayer, nature seems both distant and familiar. It doesn't shape itself around your thoughts, but you feel nothing is going to hurt you, not while you're here. So be it, you say at the end of your prayer. As your ancestors have taught you, the birds are singing delightfully. Enter the chapel. The beams of light get through the gaps between the rocks, but you can hardly see anything. A torch would fill the place with smoke. Prepare my wooden lantern. Even though a part of the ground is covered with a single massive slab, there are parts free of flooring. You see soil, small rocks, sand. In one spot you find the remains of charred wood. As you notice a sticky soot on the walls, part of its cover is black marks and pictures, possibly letters. Look around. What are you looking for or paying attention to? Markings. Letters. Large part of the wall is covered with engravings. It's difficult to figure out what they are meant to portray, but one picture is obvious to you. A long arrow pointing down. Parts of the writing as well as the nearby wall are covered by soot. Understand what's written here. The images and letters are a combination of two separate texts. The first one is written with words of Adir, and belongs to an era of as old as Dolmen itself. It's almost impossible to decipher, but you can make sense just by connecting some words in the general structure. It was a prayer, or a spell asking for a safe road. The other messages are maybe a couple years old. While they use the same alphabet, they try to express the modern city tongue. It's a list of wares, sometimes portrayed as images and their value in dragon bones. Some of the pictures are used as obscene insults. You see, for example, the head of a griffin or the sketch of a wolf. Someone was not happy with the prices they saw. One passage is especially interesting: trapdoor payment. Make a couple small holes in various spots, but the
Most interesting area turns out to be hidden beneath the remains of an old campfire. You move all the ash and pieces of wood until you find a well-preserved plank. You dig around, find a solid trapdoor, lock it with a steel padlock. I open it with a key. You insert the key, and after a bit of wiggling, something clicks. The padlock is cold, dirty, and rusty, but you easily get the iron latch, which moves away smoothly. You have no problem unlocking the trapdoor. I look inside. You lift the hatch, and the heavy, humid air suggests an abandoned farm cellar. Your can allows you to estimate the tunnel is nearly 15 feet deep, but there's no ladder you can use. You think lowering the rope, but you realize that one of the brick walls is covered with large holes meant to be used as a sort of vertical stairs. Some kind of ladder structure. You hear no sound coming from the tunnel, but the moldy walls and old cobwebs are not very welcoming. Climb down. You have to move slowly, learning the new route. You hug the cold, moist wall, seeking the support for your boots. It doesn't take long before you feel comfortable enough to jump down, then light another candle. Both the walls and floor are made of stone slabs. You see no movement, no other sources of light. The short tunnel leads you to a small room. I walk inside. The room smells of rotten wood and fungi. Abandoned junk is scattered in the ground in shelves. Earthenware jars, rotting scraps of linen and leather, wooden plates, bones for carving, and rusty old iron tools. All these odds and ends may be a few decades old. The basement could be just as ancient as the main floor of the chapel. The one thing that seems uniquely fresh and durable is a small wooden box held tightly together by a few fiber cords. Take the box. It doesn't feel empty, but it's light. You shake it for a bit, trying to guess what's inside. You can't open the box without cutting the cords. Fuck, I'm opening it. This box belongs to someone else. The box turns out to be filled with rags, covering a fragile bottle. It's small and closed with a tall wax seal inside, which you see a thin stick. It should be easy to instantly open if needed. You can't look inside, and if you open it, you may not be able to seal it again. Nevertheless, you recognize a magical potion when you see one. Attached to my belt. Bumptious is observing the area. How many hours we got? 6. Plenty of time. We got plenty of time. The neglected path barely finds any space among the hills, trees, and streams. There's a deer on the ground lying in a red puddle surrounded by a small pack of creatures which you notice your presence quickly. There's about 8 of them, with thick furs of shades of brown, gray, and black, and hairless faces with small eyes and large mouths, currently stained by the blood of their prey. Some of them move on all fours, while others comfortably stand on 2 feet. They're 2 to 3 heads shorter than you, but it's your mount which truly towers over them. And you see how a couple of the beasts take a few steps back, grunting and glancing at one another. One with gray fur shouts, and the others move towards the rocks and sticks which are piled on the road. They hold them awkwardly. Some struggle to maintain a straight posture, leaning on their new weapons for support. Then, almost all of them spread to your left and right, blending with the shrubs loudly. Only 2 of the apes are standing still. Goblins! Fuck it, we go. Bumptious tries to turn around, but loyalty follows your directions. I'm sorry, Bumptious. Charge at the goblins in the middle of the road, scream at the pack, shake my weapon, throw some food, look behind me. I charge. Your mount speeds up, though it doesn't have enough space to enter a gallop. You prepare a weapon, but while you feel something comfortable with the blade, when on foot, fighting from saddle is completely unfamiliar to you. The younger goblin attempts to stop your horse, but the strike it receives sends it to a nearby bush, screaming in pain. The gray one, however, manages to grab your boot and is now trying to keep up with your speed, making one long leap after another. The first strong swing of your axe wasn't able to reach the target. A spear would do much better in this scenario. Shit. Yeah. Aim for the head. A lucky swing of your axe hits its skull, not only crushing the bone, but also pushing it out of your way.
It rolls over on the rut and your mount runs faster. Still riding, you shake the blood off your blade. Your leg is free, the road is clear. We ride. Whew, I was like, this was a terrible idea. For a few more moments, you hear the angry shouts and screeches, but soon after that, it's again only you and your mount. A round pine tree blocks the road. Great. For a wayfarer, walking over the thin branches on top is not much of an issue. Even bumps let on a rope could walk around the stump. But a large wagon couldn't move onward at peace, not without detaching its mules, unpacking all the wares, and moving everything by hand. Cutting a tree into pieces would take hours, even with proper tools. You can't hope to move it with the muscles you currently have. Want to look around. What do you investigate? Excuse me. The wagon. The planks are still firm and there's no mustiness in the air. The vehicle needs just to push to fall to pieces like a child's toy with nothing to keep the parts together. There are ways to construct a wagon with just wood, leather, and fiber, but you find the marks and hinges of braces, nails, and clamps, which are all now gone. The wheels are missing their steel rims. You find only one linen bag, empty and moist. You can't estimate how deep the tracks are. The ground was hard, so the cart's weight wasn't a significant factor. Tracks. In the trampled grass, you find two sets of tracks. There are no hoof prints. The first set is near the destroyed wagons. The wayfarers suddenly stopped. You see where they made a sharp turn. The second trail is close to the tree stump. Most of the marks were left by flat, cheap boots. Not suitable for long walks, but someone who was wearing hard, wide heels, distorting the ground. Both trails avoid the eastern wilderness, while they stick to the main road and lead you north. They could have belonged to 24 people, maybe more. You follow them for a bit, but lose them once there's no more mud and trees to find. Bushes. There are no more berries left, only broken twigs, fallen leaves, and trampled grass. You notice a pointy arrow made by human hand, with a head made of a horn of a black-orange fletchling. These feathers originally belonged to one of the local pheasants. So you know arrow marks around, not even the wagon. The road here is already being overgrown, fading away, but it's in no worse shape than the other parts of the southeast road. No alternate path is formed. You walk deeper in the wilderness, searching through the shrubs and trees. You don't find any side paths, nor remains of a camp or hamlet. The first game trail you met is exclusively animals. The leaves are not completely dry, and when you break one of the twigs, it still contains water. There are no signs of sickness that you can tell, and the termites and the other bugs are still sparse. Beneath the trunk, there's no blood, no abandoned limbs. You don't find any marks of maw or paws. The top is hip high, and unnaturally smooth. You could comfortably sit down on it. So someone cut the tree down, it looks like. I think I know what happened here. It was cut down to set up an ambush. There weren't any arrow holes in it or anything, so it didn't look like a fight. They didn't have time to move it. It would take only 2 steps to disappear into the deep water. The rocky bank smells fresh and is filled with the sound of frogs, insects, birds. Not good enough to quench your thirst. The beds of long kelp, pulled by the river floor, are crowded with fish and 4-legged creatures you don't even recognize. You keep an eye on the land, there's no carcass in sight and no signs of shells that would be left nearby. The western hill. The rocky wall wasn't much of a challenge. The top of the hill was covered in short grass and sparse trees. You note a couple of bushes with a good view of the road, just next to the remains of the campfire. Or remains of a campfire. Charred pieces of wood, ash, bird bones, trampled grass, and broken earthenware bottle. You follow the deepest tracks leading to the edge of the soft earth. Someone jumped down or at least stopped stepping on the grass. Take another look at the tracks. one linen bag. Okay. Why was the wind banging? Damn, this is okay. So it definitely was cut down. Someone was watching the road. No alternate path is formed. I go back to the bushes. No bushes, only broken twigs, fallen leaves, and trampled grass. You see no arrow marks around. Not even on the wagon. The planks are still firm, there's no mussiness, but the vehicle needs just a push to fall to pieces. No hoof prints. The first set is near the destroyed wagon. The wayfarers suddenly stopped. You can see where they made a sharp turn. Second trail is close to the tree stump, where the tree was cut down. Most of the marks were left by flat, cheap boots not suitable for long walks, but someone was wearing hard, wide heels distorting the ground. Both trails avoid the eastern wilderness. They stick to the main road and lead you north. They could have belonged to 24 people, maybe more. Okay. Cut down to set up an ambush. Why was the wagon abandoned? What was originally transported? It must have been passengers because of 12 people. They were taken north. Hmm. 5 hours. As long as you ride uphill, the force is sparse. Soon after, the tree roots tear the path apart. The road is covered with branches, acorns, leaves, chestnuts. Some seedlings have already broken through the pitted surface on the road. If left undisturbed for another year or two, the forest will reclaim it. Jeez. Finally, you ride upward again. The plants are getting smaller, the road more rocky. I sigh. Well, the hills are full of life. You don't hear anything coming from the watchtower. Its upper levels lack a wooden platform from which the guards could fire their crossbows or drop stones on opponents below. This place was not meant to be used in combat, but rather as a shelter from claws and fangs. Such structures can be found especially in untamed parts of the Dragon Woods, and occasionally by travelers and patrolling squads. Since the end of the war, the cities can't find enough people and dragon bones to keep them in good shape. We see no footsteps, no lights, no fresh trash or latrine. The birds are preening their feathers on top of the tower, and the branches of the nearby trees are swaying the fierce cold wind. Look for the tracks I saw near the tree. The tracks lead here through the narrow gate, then west. Hard heels are especially noticeable. It must be a human-made copse. Copse? Huntsman's copse. I never remember. I think it's copse is how you say it, right? The smallest of spruces are out of order. Born of wild seeds, the largest trees are as tall as the tower itself, which surely doesn't help those who are meant to observe the surroundings. There are some stumps, most of which belong to young saplings. The trees were most likely meant to be sold to carpenters or coopers, but they were left alone many years ago. In the copse, you can find wild fennel and lettuce thriving in shadows. There are pears and berries growing among the trees. Campfire spot. See a shattered bowl and remains of a meal of many years ago. However, the firewood and lonely stool are not too old. You don't doubt that a watchtower seems less threatening to wayfarers than the wilderness around it, even when locked. Approach it. You have 3 raw fish. Cooked fish. Takes you a good few minutes before the fire gets started. Then you grow strong enough for you to cook. In the meantime, you prepare the captured creatures. You cut through the stomachs, remove the guts with your fingers, then pierce the animals with the pointed sticks, keeping them at a safe distance. You roast them slowly until they look and smell prepared. Gather some firewood for another day. It's not difficult to find dead trees in the woods, but you take some time to find such pieces that it won't force you to use your battle axe. You don't need to warm yourself up for long, so once you have enough for base cooking, you move everything to camp. Look at the signpost. Scratch off the moss. The plank at the top points towards the watchtower where the letters spell south and away from it north. One beneath it points east, and this time you see tidily written word, painted in the word, enchanting. In Haviland, enchanters are artisans specialized in filling ordinary items with magic pneuma and strength. And sure enough, the arrow here looks like a magic wand. The bottom plank pointing west is a picture of a tall tower on it, surrounded by little houses. Carving spells monastery. You take a look at Bumptious. If necessary, it could bow its head. What? What's wrong with me? Bow its head and walk inside. The place should be a decent shelter for both of you. The planks are strong. Oh, it's 3 hours, yeah. The planks are strong, heavy, and well protected from rain and wind, and when you knock, they seem to be thick. While the door shakes at your push, it won't open. Defensive structures usually have a locking bar on the inner side, but you also see a large keyhole. You walk around the tower, making sure there's no open windows or other entrances. Doesn't look like you're going to get in without destroying the door, and doing so is going to make a potential entryway for wild creatures. Look through keyhole. You kneel down and take a peek. There's nothing in the hole. The room is dark, with tiny bits of light passing through. You see shapes of wooden furniture, tables, creaks, and a ladder. Cask and a ladder, but only movement you notice belongs to the dust dancing in the sunbeams. Break it. You start chopping the door in the spot where the 2 planks are connected to one another. It takes a bit of time and some precision. 30 minutes. Especially since you struggle to find the right angle to take a swing. Finally, the wood cracks when you push it. It lets out a dizzying creak of rusty hinges. An empty table stands in the middle of a large, rounded room filled with dusty furniture. Without the open door, you'd struggle to see anything. You wait to be sure nothing tries to jump at you, and finally hide your weapon. Remember to sharpen it later. The first thing you notice is the room isn't high, and just like the windows suggested, there's a second floor above it. The scent sparks an image of a cellar, humid but without mustiness. Tree stumps used as stools surround a round table in the center, now covered in dust. The shelves are empty with no tools left behind. You see a couple of dishes laying in various spots, empty and sticky. Bugs are crawling both on the furniture and near the walls. Spiders, roaches, worms. You think about taking a look into one of the casks, but the smell coming from it makes you change your plans. Instead, you climb the ladder. View there isn't much different. The floor is covered with pieces of trash, dirty furniture, and sleeping pallets, which are moist, smelly, and full of wriggling and chirping creatures. I don't care about some bugs, I just need to ignore them. You climb down. Bumptious is looking at the grass outside, still touched by sunlight. You approach the windows, each one locked with 2 heavy wooden bars. Opening them would not be a problem, but knocking them down from the outside won't be an easy task. You sigh with relief. It's a safe place. Okay, how... It would take 2:45 and it's 2:30 to sunfall, so I think we have to camp here.
Sleep on a buggy pallet. Let's do it.
The sounds of rain wake you up briefly before you return to sleep. You think about your plans. Riding in the mud is difficult. Bumptious will have a rough time, especially on the unpaved grounds. The scratching from the lower floor wakes you up. You get out of the blanket and look at the ladder. The main door shakes just in case you open a window and glance outside. A pale, muscular fright ape tries to open the entrance with its massive hands, but to no avail. After it hears the screeching of a shutter, it looks at you with its dead black eyes and grabs one of the bricks and bounces up, shortening the distance quickly. You lock the window with every bolt and bar it has, just in time to keep the shouting monster away. The ape punches the planks fiercely and climbs even higher, looking at another entrance, but is incapable of recognizing a trapdoor. And after a few minutes, you think it gave up. Ugh. Just to be sure, inspect every window. Yeah. Let's double check. You open your eyes and there's this unpleasant tingling in your cheek. You reach for what seems to be a small bug. You throw it away and look around. You only see dozens of tiny critters swarming the floor and the bed, as well as your blanket, clothes, and bags. You push some of them away, gathering your things. With thoughts still clouded by dreams, you gather your things and look through the bags, removing as many insects, worms, and spiders from them as you can find. Bumptious is observing patiently, unmoved by the commotion. You push away all the furniture you need to barricade the door, walk your palfrey outside, and allow it to graze in the grass for half an hour. In the meantime, you equip it with your riding set, use the sunlight to double-check your belongings. The thought, no matter how scrupulous you are, you keep finding new creatures in your food doesn't leave you alone. Eat fish. Okay, monkey.
Not on the road again.
The path leads downward through the hills. The forest gets thicker and signs of human touch are rare. The lone large boulder surely draws attention. You can't guess its age, but the path around suggests it's been passed plenty of times already. You stop Bumptious to take a closer look. The remains of red paint are covering the eastern side. It's the same message as the one you saw at the southern crossroads. Don't enter. Danger ahead. You look down the dark road and hear the distant roar of a dragon. I scratch Bumptious' neck. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm not ready. Search for the tracks. The hard heels can't be mistaken. The travelers didn't mask their steps. They passed this rock from both sides, heading deeper into the forest. The stream ahead can be crossed by a humble ford made of hundreds of rocks that are used to reach the bottom of the surface, but is now partially demolished either by time or a living creature. For a rider, crossing it won't be much of a problem, but travelers would have to take off their pants and shoes. Moving an entire wagon would pose quite a challenge. The water's clean and the banks are low, a good watering spot for Bumptious. I could spend some time gathering large rocks and throwing them into the water. An hour. You let Bumptious graze and drink the stream. The whole stream is gone. You wander around the edge of the forest, color metal, dark, seeking rocks smaller than your head. Carrying them makes you tired quickly. After you're done, the deepest holes are now filled by your rocks. For now, it's enough. The neglected road has been carved into a thicket. An inch at a time, a corridor of plants made a floor with pebbles that gave way to saplings and vines. From time to time, you pass many turns, relics left by roaming dragons, unicorns, trolls. Some of them are still used by beasts, boars, striped cats, and packs of goblins. The birds are sharing their songs as delightful as ever. Clear any thicket. You reach a gap in the tunnel of plants. The meadow nourishes a lonely tree growing in the shadow of rock, surrounded by humble grass. Near the tree roots, a wolf without fur is feasting on a wolf without fur is feasting on a human corpse, unaware of your presence. Look at the corpse. It's in one piece, blood-soaked clothing torn to pieces, indistinguishable from the loose flaps of skin. There's no sacks, bag, or equipment, but you spot a trail of blood leading into the trees. The creature must have dragged the shell from deeper in the woods. The beast raises its head, its ears are shaking. I look at the wolf. It's standing on all fours, crouching forward, with blood dripping from its massive canines. Its head, especially its jaw, are wide and long, those of a horse. The fuck? Its brown shell is muscular, with pronounced shoulder blades, the hair resembling your arms, and a tuft of black fur at the end of its foot-long tail. The beast turns its head towards you. Its eyes are shining charcoal. I attack. He's looking right at me, for sure. I prepare for the strike. Bump just takes a few steps forward, too scared to stay at your side, was too smart to enter the forest by itself. The wolf will jump on me, I'll duck beneath it and cut its stomach. You slide beneath the jumping creature as its air, aiming at the place where your throat used to be. You keep your axe high, sinking into the beast's skin just barely. Your knee burrows in the grass. You hit the ground with your face. A cricket runs away from your mouth. A cricket? I get up. The beast walks around you with a lowered head, seeking an opportunity to get used to the wound. You can't tell anything from its black eyes. Your foe keeps its distance, hesitant to strike. I'm gonna bait it into biting my armored forearm and then chop into its side. It tears through your jacket as if it's nothing, but you've got enough time to sink your blade between its ribs. It lets you go and prepares itself for another attack, ignoring its blood. Your foe keeps its distance, hesitant to strike. Oh, my armor's got one left. All right. Do you think I should throw the axe, chat? Should I do it? Now's the time. What could go wrong? I throw my axe. After it sidesteps, the blade sinks in the ground. Shit. The wolf looks at you and then at the weapon, then at you again. It makes a victorious grin. This is it. Either I die or kill it. Whoops. The beast jumps at you and pins you to the ground with a quick thrust. You keep fiercely stabbing your foe, unable to reach its organs. The wolf endures the pain in its jaw just long enough to hold you off with a forearm. The blood gushes out of your neck. Dan's soul has left its shell. Okay, we got to attack again. I just got to do it, right? Is this thing intelligent? It seems like it is. It tries to sidestep and reach you with its bite, but you manage to stick the blade in its shoulder. It leaps away, letting out a whimper, but gets back on its paws. Your foe keeps its distance, hesitant to strike. A clash with it cutting closer. The beast jumps at you and pins you to the ground, but not before you cut its side. You push away its throat with your forearm, saving your neck, while you spasmodically move the blade up and down side to side. You can't catch a breath. Finally, you find a way to kick the weakened creature off you. Gasping for air, you get up, raise your blood-covered blade, and step away, avoiding another bite. The beast whimpers, leaving a bloody trail behind it, but it stays close, observing your legs. Throw it! The rotating blade lands between its ribs with a painful whimper. The wolf falls on its stomach, then removes the weapon by rubbing the haft against the ground, most likely broadening the wound. Before you reach the creature, it flees, coughing up blood. I chase it! Take a couple of deep, slow breaths and stretch out your arms. Bumptious is looking around, stepping in place. Examine the corpse. The parts of its chest, face, neck, and arms were turned into red mush. The wolf didn't break any bones, not even the ribs. The first worms start to crawl over its blood-soaked clothes. The human was a male with a brown skin and short black hair. His brown pants and green jacket were made of dyed leather. Inside the left ear, you spot a trinket made of an animal bone, which contrasts with the dark skin and lures your eyes away from the blood. Remove the earring. With a few splashes of water, you wash away the cold blood off your hands and the knife. I consider burning the corpse. There's plenty of birds gathered at the edge of the meadow waiting for you to walk away. The larger beast will come soon. You don't have much time, surely not enough to make a pyre. Okay, and I step away. Bumptious rushes to you with a snort. I ride. Your eyes wander between the wall of trees and shrubs on one side and the dirty pond on the other. The road itself is wide, covered with soggy logs that keep the ground from turning into mud. It's breaking under your mount's hooves, letting out what sounds like sighs of relief. The water insufferably stinks of carrion and is covered with a blanket of green plants and white flowers that draw countless buzzing insects. Even a horse shouldn't drink it. Bumptious tries to get familiar with the unusual pavement and speeds up to jump over a fallen trunk blocking your path. Once it lands, it breaks one of the logs in half. Soon after, you reach a massive black saurian resting in the ground. Enjoying the light of the edge of the forest, it seems to be ignoring your presence. Once again, Bumptious canters. I trust its instincts. Once the monster raises its head, you're already in the air. The beast pushes itself
away from the ground with its forelimbs, trying to catch any chunk of flesh with its massive jaws, but you safely hit the ground and return to a trot. I pay attention to the dead trees sticking out of the pond. They look similar to that Asterion. Man, this path is dangerous. The road is bright, empty, surrounded by sparsely growing trees. Gentle hills and meadows. It leads you to a cairn, a pile of rocks ranging in size from your abdomen to your fist. There's also quite a tiny few pebbles. A narrow, hardly passable trail leads south, but likely won't survive another year without travelers. Take a closer look at it. It's wider than two people standing side by side and taller than bumptious. The grass surrounds it tightly. It must be years old, but you could tell it could be just as older than any village in the north. You find rocks in many colors, including red, cream, white, black, blue, many dotted and mixed ones. While the cairn stays firmly beneath your touch, it would be easy to shatter it with a pickaxe or a simple swipe of a dragon. You also notice pieces of old chicken bones pressed among the rocks. Unfortunately, no coins. Without a doubt, the travelers were here, led by the person in hard heels. Though there are more tracks around, both older and younger. They soon turn north into an old game trail, wide enough for your mount to enter the thicket. After a few minutes, with a little effort, you reach an even wider trail. You get back to the saddle to ride uphill, following a convenient rocky trail, covered in sunlight, cleared of plants. Once you get to the top, you look around. From here you can get a good view of the heart of the woods, and spot the smoke coming from the villages far in the distance. The further path ends up a ravine. You look at the edge, at the gentle brook far below. The hole is too wide to be crossed with a jump, even for bumptious. You narrow your eyes. On the other side is a simple bridge made of logs and ropes, now rolled up and resting by a green shrub. I could really use a grappling hook here. You grab Bumptious's lead and use your axe to get through the branches and the tall grass. After a few minutes, you reach a colorful meadow with orange, red, and white flowers, as tall as a wheat field. Their late summer scent lures all sorts of insects as well as tiny birds. The path ends at the edge of the glade. Yeah, I don't... It's like, where are people going to attack me from? Kyostar? Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're playing Roadwarden. And, my throat hurts. Signalis. Oh, were you playing Signalis? I really want to play it. It looks so good. Yeah, I'm going to turn away. Continue my journey. You're closing in on the end. Nice. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it, and I was like, ooh, I'm playing this, and haven't looked at any more. I hope you had a good stream. Thanks again for the raid. Appreciate that. Every minute or so, you get lost in the dense woods. When possible, you stick to the remains of the beaten path, clearing overgrown thicket that blocks your way, but it would take many more travelers to sustain such a trail. The land around you may lack greens, but it's far from being empty. The fallen boughs and dead stumps are slowly devoured by ants and mushrooms. A web-like labyrinth of wooden walls, while the white termites, larger than your hands, continue their never-ending march. Their guards notice your presence, but simply form a warring line in front of the workers. The trees are taller than the temple of the city, with trunks resembling the legs of giants. The shadows are cast like carpet. And the few beams of light nourish the sparse bushes and ferns, the only plants that aren't choked by the rotting, late summer leaves shaped by toothed squares as large as your face.
Now that I'm more familiar, I may be able to find a smoother path. The forest gives way to rock and green hills, but among the tallest trees are numerous monkeys, sitting in small groups, loud yet shorter than half your size. They distort the green leaves with red, brown, white, and blue fur. As you approach their territory, their excitement grows. They climb up and down the trunks, sway on vines, jump between branches, or hang down, putting use to their long tails. They throw at you countless angry glances and grunts, but also cones, branches, and chestnuts. A piece of their fresh feces lands close to Bumptious, but the pack's aim is rather miserable. I dismount and yell at them. You approach one... Oh, they fucking hit me with shit! You approach the crowded trees, holding your trusted axe. The creatures spread at first, but then surround you and your palfrey, throwing at you anything they can grab while staying among the branches. You cover your face, but to no avail. Two animals have moved to the lower branches and cackle as they effortlessly dodge your swipes. Your angry shout is met with mocking howls. A few more creatures get on the ground. A lucky rock reaches your forehead, making you retreat. Oh shit, we made it across the Quintus. Yeah, I do owe you food, my dude. Fucking Howler's dead. Holy shit, man. We're in a rough state. Forget it. Thank you for your time. There's no secret, traveler. There's hard work, risk, and sacrifices, and the support of those that care about me. The good things that happen to me shine on my people just as much. Think about it before you mention it again. She just her cap. Yeah, that was a stupid move. Actually, no, I'm not gonna sell shit. No, fuck this. I leave. We're gonna go to Pelt to the north. Approach the guards. I could throw some dice. I'm ready when you are. Fuck! Have you ever been to the heart of the woods? We sometimes hunt south from there. They're good hunting over grounds in the western half. Second one's too overgrown. Maybe the soil's different. She shrugs, then moves hair away from her forehead. But it's a risky spot. There are treants there and wolves, even the furless ones. Yeah, I fought one. And if you have to go through the tall grass, watch out for what's on the ground. There ain't many archers in the trees. She smiles as if it's a joke, but there are too many worms even larger than a water leech. Show her the arrow I found near a fallen tree. Did any of you drop this? No, we get ours from the villages in the south. They don't use pheasant feathers. Locals ask too much for their arrows, as if they're filled with pneuma or something. approach the scavenger.
Save my life, what's left of it? 5 dragons. Anything else to buy? During your stay? Not bad here, not bad at all. They bought me what I could sell, but the hunters want my entire pouch for getting me south. We agreed to lower the price, but they won't drop whatever it is they're doing to escort me. I don't care, I'll wait a couple of days, do some chores for the innkeep, rest from the forest. One of the hunters are done with their plans, we'll move out.
He scratches his cheek and beard and finally sighs.
But do feel I've eaten a troll shit, eh? When I landed here, I had a pile of bundles and trinkets, and now I'm starting with nothing again. Should have at least listened to their warnings. The land belongs to no man.
Go to the innkeeper. Any leftovers? Not today. Any rumors? You'll buy more tomorrow. Okay. Oh shit. He gave me 3 for 1. Oh, I was about to buy 5. I was like, damn, that's 5 fucking dragons. Rent a room. We need to heal. We need to heal. Hear a thunderous roar. You rise to your feet and rub your sleep from your eyes. The doors are open. People are shouting orders, words of warning. As you open the window, you see what's behind the commotion. Something's on the other side of the wall, trying to get through. The guards are fighting it off with their torches, spears, and crossbows. Thanks to their light, you can see the large, furry paws placed behind the top of the wall walk. As far as you can tell, the beast is but a single leap from getting inside. Need help. You look for your gamson and blade, still a bit foggy from your thoughts. Once you find them, you struggle to get inside the jacket. Your habits kick in. You see the innkeeper right in front of you, holding a candle. You're a guest, stay here, he says without a shadow of hesitation. My team has no time to worry about outsiders. Just after his words, you hear cheerful laughter from the wall. Judging by the way they're pointing their fingers and lowering their weapons, the beast is fleeing. Shouldn't expect people will need my help all the time. Eggplant soup, a bowl of pears, and some crumbly biscuits. Any leftovers? Plan to give some to the boar. He goes to the stove in a couple minutes. Persian meal here. Oh, I wanted to see his wares. Show me your wares. Buy food. Okay. Map. No, we need to leave. You travel to the gate. I have your food rations. He gives you a radiant smile. He cups his large, scarred hands, waiting for you to give him the packages. Once you're done, he opens a sack of nuts and shoves them in his mouth. The bandage is the only thing that stops him from looking like a hamster. But seriously, you're tempting the forest. You need to seek shelter. Nah, he waves it off. Where would I go anyways? Pelt to the north has plenty of space. I wouldn't mind spending time with Dalian and her crew, especially the winter, but forget it, I can't afford that. Unless they're looking for a pair of hands, I better stay here. So the thing that's stopping you from going to Pelt right away is dragon bones? I mean, that's a pretty big thing in the north. Everyone looks after themselves. Hunters may be my friends, but I won't beg them for help. I can ask the Innkeeper to help save for labor. Three more hours. Throw some dice. Fucking... I met Quintus, the one who trained with your team. He may need your help. He explained the difficult situation he finds himself in, putting emphasis on the wounds and food issues. Listening to your conversation, the nearby guards surround you, forming a circle, together with a boar, and ask if Quintus is in one piece. Your tale caused tension to give way to jokes. He's so scarred by the wrath of his herds, he'll sooner eat his bloody crossbow than learn how to use it. Let's give the poor guy a break, Dalit interrupts, which is not welcomed by a one-eyed man who comments that he's not even here. After another minute, she grins at you. Thanks for telling us. We'll change some plans and get in touch with him during our next trip. Come on, not that. Same man chips in, but quiets down under the redhead stare. Just a moment. She runs out in front of you, cutting your way with her wide grin. You want us to help us out? I spoke with her boss and kinda need a rider. What do you need? You could use another pair of hands here. Someone who knows their way around the woods. You start to explain that you'd rather stick to the saddle, but she waves it off. So help me find a better soul. Two people here I've heard of who'd like to join us. Rastos from Howler's Den and Cassie from Gale Rocks. She rubs the side of her boar, then pushes it away gently, as if asking a child to play by itself for a few minutes. The thing is, we already have hunters who used to live in these places, and they told me they ain't all too eager to welcome them here. I'd like you to speak with them both, and ask the folks for the tribes about them. Before I make a decision whom I should invite, I need to be sure they can handle the job. Why not hire Quintus? The question sparked fully playful comments from her. He's a great friend, she admits, but he can't be trusted with more delicate tasks. When possible, we'd rather avoid using muscle alone. What matters most is getting out of the trouble with as few scratches as possible. Any tips how to handle it? She glances at the other guards. One with a fancily braided beard clears his throat. As many people as you can. In small villages, you can never know who sleeps with who. Tell me, Cassia. She mentioned Asterion. She'd like to come here. She's a guard, but I've heard she's more of a talker than a fighter. Gale Rocks. It's so far away, I'd rather prefer not to travel there, but if she's the better choice, I may have no other option. Rastos, trapper. A few months ago, he told a passing by caravan he wanted to leave his home. Asked them to bring us his message. One of the past neighbors told me he remembered Rastos as a weak, quiet boy. Ain't sure he knows how to fight. We'd rather use his traps anyway. Coins, duh. She giggles. How about 5? I'll give you a few more if you amaze me with any news you bring. There's his gatekeeper, Quintus. He looks at his mug, listens to your tale. So what do you expect me to do with him once he's here? He'd handle some easy tasks, ask him to look out for the beasts and travelers. The hunters can do this much and more. They don't drink as much. He glances at the stairs and rubs his arm gently. But I guess they won't refuse some looser hours. Bring him here. I offer him gruel and a corner to sleep, but I won't pay him until he proves himself. That's all I need. Kind of. He asks reluctantly, but his teacher pats his knee, giving him a harsh look. The kid clears his throat. Yes, but we want both masters, you see. There's not a soul to teach us, so once we've been ready, I'll be training hunting instead. I'm not even reading. Why, hello. Wow, you go, big guy. Wabba dabba dubba, is that true? Hi everyone, welcome on in. We're playing a game called Roadwarden. It's a text-based RPG kind of adventure. Super interesting. My throat hurts because there's a lot of reading. I hope Rhythm Heaven was a good time. So many good bops. Such a good time. I hope you had a good stream, Barry. An amazing whiplash of stream energy. I could just blast some music, you know. So here I'll give you a quick rundown. We are a Roadwarden, which is kind of like a messenger, ranger, path patrol kind of thing. And we are sent to this land with the main goal of us trying to convince a bunch of towns to basically come under the alliance of the Merchants Guild for like safety and protection and for, you know, trade and whatnot. A lot of people are hesitant about it, and it's not a... People don't know that's our main objective. Our main objective is just to be the Roadwarden for the North, which is, you know, keeping the roads safe and patrolling and delivering messages and stuff like that. We got a little map that we've adventured, and we're supposed to do this in 40 days. It's day 5 right now, and you can track your time, health, food, armor, appearance, and I'm a smart lad. So I'm an alchemist as my class. Got my inventory and stuff here. You can keep track of like your fish and rations and everything like that. But basically, like, it's exploring. Random events happen depending on if you have like smarts or more information. You can kind of glean more off of places. But it's really interesting so far because it's like there's this like flesh tree called the Beholder that I accidentally attacked, and some people worship it as a god. So I did kind of cut off one of its flesh limbs. There's a bunch of weird beasts. It's very much like, oh, it's in D&D, but the beasts are kind of more like feral. Like there's these werewolves that are hairless, except for like human like arm hair and stuff like that. Didn't even realize you could attack the tree. Yeah, I approached the tree and then I was like, I'm gonna attack it. So like some places you go and it's just like choose the option of what you want to do, and some of them have like a dice roll associated with it. Sometimes it's just like a prompt and you type in, you know, like pure text-based adventure game. So like for the tree, I was like, attack it. It's really cool. Right now, we just helped a guard who is basically guarding this wall for no reason and is probably gonna die if he doesn't stop soon, because he's like missing his nose and got scars all over his feet and her face and stuff like that. And we're trying to get him back to the safety of this place. And people have been asking us for help and stuff. We're fucking broke. We got 4 coins. Your character was a pagan. Mine is a the free spirit one. Eremite. So you kind of like choose your past and your class and your kind of like background and stuff through choices you make in the game, which is really cool the way they do it. It's not like a directly like make your character at the start. You kind of make it as people ask you about stuff. Okay. We are going to go, what is it? 7 hours, so I could make it there and back. So we're gonna try that. We're gonna go to the gate. Everything you do like takes time as well, so like you have to kind of measure your stuff. Have you met Rastos? I remember him. Him trading with the neighbors once or twice, but I never spoke with him. Bit of a wimp. About your duty. He also wants you to stay at his inn. You'll help him guard on the walls, but he won't pay you unless you can prove yourself. He crosses his arms, still hesitant. I guess that's fair.
But what before that? Am I to live on oats and water and rags? If you're this desperate for coins, I could spare you a few, enough to get you comfortable at the inn. He steps away. You already helped me quite a bit. I can't ask for that. 19 coins? What the fuck? Who's hiding all the coins? $17 coins. I talked them down. Damn. Well, how much time I got? 4.5. Let's try going this way because the monster was blocking the path last time. The path is clear. The pebbler is nowhere in sight, but the road is covered with leaves and broken branches. The only fruit-bearing trees are growing right on the side of the road, surely planted there by humans. There are many more fruits and leaves the monster may chew on, so it may return any day now. If it craves what this place has to offer, I should just get rid of its food. Hell yeah, that sounds like a good idea. There's no way he's mad about that. Or we'll go attack a town for more food. Thank you so much, Jalek. I really appreciate those kind words. Means a lot. Oh shit. It's been more than an hour. Okay. I was like, I hope it's not more hours than dark. I don't know what happens at dark if I'm out at dark, but probably not good. You prepare all your tools, especially your thick protective gloves, and tether Bumptious. Bumptious is the name of our horse. To one of the younger trees. It's not an easy task. You spend more than an hour cutting down twigs, shaking off the fruits of thinner branches, picking them by hand, or hitting them with a stick. Your rope helps you stay secure, and the first few minutes of climbing is closer to fun than work, but the longer it takes, the more tired you become. You finally take a break to eat a couple of plums and apples, but the best ones you save for later, covering them with a blanket and putting it on the very top of your bundles. You're standing on a carpet of greens, browns, reds, and purples. You drag some of the thinner branches to the side to make riding forward easier, but the earthworms and boars are going to have a feast. The corridor of the prune trees leads you to a steep ascent. Behind them grows a peaceful meadow filled with flowers and crickets and the humming of a waterfall. On the beaten path, you spot no footprints or wheel trails, but there's smoke on the horizon. This is not good. I can't choose to I can't choose to return yet. Because I need this to say travel for me to go back. The pastures and fields are spread over an unnatural plateau. Humans have been carving the hill for generations, covering it with soil brought here in buckets and wagons. Among the weeds and tall grasses, you spot rotting tools and a tunic. The pasture's overgrowing, and so are the fields. Some of the oats are ready for harvest. Prepare my axe. The locked gate is taller than a troll, and you can't imagine climbing up a massive wall. For a moment, you follow the path to the edge of the cliff. The roaring ocean is more than 100 feet below you. You spot no one looking at you from the watchtower, no patrols of archers. The wall is occupied by black and blue birds of various types. You return to the gate and focus on the sounds. There are few screaming ibexes. A young boy is crying. I knock on the gate with the handle of my weapon. The thudding scares away the birds. They caw loudly. Ah! Starting the cacophony of throats and flapping wings. After a minute, you hear a bronze plate scratching against the wood like someone reveals the peephole.
The strict female voice stops you from moving closer. Traveler, all Pagos is secluding, for it has been smitten by a deadly plague. Be gone before you get sick. I'm the new Roadwarden. Do you need any help?
Excuse me.
No one can save us. You look into the young brown eyes that match the skin of the black-haired owner. While the woman looks like a southerner, she has a strong local accent. She follows you cautiously without blinking, like a fighter waiting to strike. North from here, in the monastery, lives masters of spells and potions. Blessed people get guided by the right themselves, and even they are powerless. You hear more footsteps gathering near the entrance. May them be blessed, for they look after our ill. A weak voice of an elder chips in. We thank you, Warden, the woman continues. We can't know how many of us will see the winter. If you really want to help us, warn the other tribes. They wouldn't move a finger for us, but we ought to protect them. There must be something I can do. After she blinks, you catch the sadness in her eyes. I've heard such words more times than I can count. We've done all we could. What's left is to ask the right to ease our pain and wait. Can I ask you a few questions? Ask, but there's not much we can do for you. We see no one, we travel nowhere. We were born in this hill, we'll die here. After a few breaths, her eyes get kinder. I'm Tortilla. If you bring any news, I'll take them to our council. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. You can't tell anything from her eyes. Isn't he dead? I want to know for sure. If he's not, what else? Souls perish on the roads every day. We don't wait for him anymore. The best you can hope for is that he rode south. Is what you were waiting for? It's not much of a secret. She looks to her right, then at you again. Head far east to the Crossroads. You'll find a watchtower and an old building made of stone. You notice the pride in her voice. Hardly ever used since war. Your friend wanted to turn it into a shelter, hire guards, patrol the roads. He took our key and rode away. He was meant to meet us again, trade for materials, and tools never happened. Any idea who would have such a key? He is not my friend. She takes a step back. So why would you look for him? I don't like living in the corner of the land where Roadwardens just disappear. She nods. Neither do I. I hope you do better than he did. Any idea what he could have done with that watchtower? Key? Before war was completed, the builders were spending the rainy days in the coastal village far north. Gale Rocks, it's called. Ask there. Tell me more about the illness. She glances at someone or something that stands to her right. It lasts a long time. Even those who seem to avoid death remain weak for days. There are fevers, headaches, red faces, red eyes, rash. Those who had to burn were sleeping and raving, unable to understand us, and they got too weak to move or even drink. Children and elderly suffer the most. Have you met an Erastos? She speaks slowly. Remind me who that is? After your brief description, she still needs to ask someone for advice. I believe it was here, yes, but soon left to ask the monks for their guidance. Rather unusual for a pagan. Do you want me to ask the other villages for help? There's no love between us and them. We don't share drinks, stories, or dances. If it weren't for marriages, our children would never see each other. If it wasn't for trade, we could just as well live on a mountain peak. They need our stone, we need fishes from salt Gale Rocks, game meat from creeks, and grain from Howler's Dell. But all of them are harpies, led by greed and lust. The same ills that wounded our grandparents. She hesitates and looks to her left. Still, the wicked souls of white marshals are even more buried in shadows. Sound like you hold a grudge. Takes a deep breath. Yet it won't spread any rumors. As much as it saddens me, they need us to survive, and we need them. And yet even stronger. And you're even stronger to us than they are. I met Quintus. He's doing fine. So he's still with us. Her voice rings with enthusiasm. She asks about his well-being, reacting to your story with a mixture of worry and joy. Sorry to hear that about his nose.
I hope he knows what he's doing. In his position, I would just look for work in Howler's Dell or ask for help from his friends at Pelt. Were you bothered by bandits? Not news, Warden. They did attack us on the road once before, but their little pack won't come here. At first her tone is gentle, but after she blinks twice, it turns to tell them, well, they would face our anger. Our walls only feel dragons, but our blades are made of steel. Why don't you harvest the cops? Even through the cold gaze she doesn't break, her voice betrays her pain. Some of our youth refuse to stay behind the walls. They say they need to leave before they fall sick. If they were to let them outside, one of them could refuse to come back. He frowned. Oh, no, it wasn't pain what you heard, it's shame. Wayward Doodles, how you doing? Hey. Whew. I might switch to another game here in a minute. give my throat a break. Okay. How much time I got? 2 hours and 15 minutes. Hours. You said I'd do that. I did say I would do that 2 hours ago, but the game's fun. I like it. They keep their distance. Oh, because I have one appearance? Because I look like a bum? A bumptious? I was meant to speak with Erastos for Dalit. You ask an archeress if she could point you in the direction of the trapper, and she directs you behind the walls to the edge of the northern pasture. There next to the creek, a lone wanderer examines simple box traps. They're placed every few steps, and judging by the man's empty sack, so far all of them have turned out to be empty. Hearing your steps, the man sends you a glance, but soon returns his task. In the city, he'd barely be seen as an adult. His facial hair is sparse and light. He's shorter and slimmer than most women in his tribe. His elegant dark blue tunic suits his tan skin, and the long dagger he's carrying has a carved handle. He's crouching, looking towards the other bank and playing with a blade of grass. Dalit heard you're interested in heading south. He turns his head only slightly, as if it's easier than raising his voice, but he still avoids looking at you. She did. Are you taking me there? His voice is surprisingly deep. Oh, she did. Are you taking me there? His voice is surprisingly deep, adding to his ears. What are you going to bring to the table? He waves at the boxes. You see, caught a hare yesterday. He in a box, he in a snare. I can cut and dress pelts too. You wait for a bit longer, but he adds nothing more. Can he survive in the woods? Gives you a puzzled look. Why would I? I go with a group. Dig holes, sharpen sticks. Doesn't it like I'm going to get put in danger? This kid doesn't go outside often. Won't you miss home? He drops the grass on the ground, stands up and wipes his hands against his pants. Nah, no one to talk to. The job is more difficult than you think. His voice grows frustrated. All hunters active their masters out of the woods, but they all die all the time. He grabs the nearest box. One of the walls turns out to be loose, so he adjusts it quickly. Starts to wander away. Give me a chance to do what you want, and I'll do it. I can go any day, any hour. Guess that's that. Main square. Getting dark, inn is loud and crowded. One of the tables is occupied with a dozen or so kids. None of them look older than 12, and the youngest one, too dirty to resemble either a boy or girl, is about 6. They're surrounded by playthings, a mouflon on wheels, an elegant wooden sword, and a painted board covered with rocks, but they're bored and tired. Even though you only get a glimpse of them, the oldest girl notices your attention. She springs up to her feet and approaches you with a few skips. She's already pretty tall, dressed in a worn, subdued tunic, so long as it looks like a sack. I don't want to deal with children now. It would be rude to ignore her. I smile and ask what she needs. She puts her hands together and puts on a grimace of a playful misery. Master Roadwarden, hearing such an antiquated salutation makes it difficult for you to hide your smirk. Wait, that's what I thought. Hearing such an antiquated salutation makes it difficult to hide your smirk. We here.
She points at a group. Bored, oh so bored. She puts the back of her hand on her forehead, letting out a deep sigh. Please, master, tell us a story or two. For each traveler sees with different eyes. Listen, I didn't see it, okay? God! It's not like I've been reading shit out loud for 5 hours. Fine, make room for me at the table. Children gather around and ask you for a minute for them to gather their friends and siblings. After a bit of chaos, there's 20 young souls sitting closely to one another on benches, stools, and the ground. The red-haired twins brought a blanket to lay down on. You have a shorter side of the table all to yourself. The older kids understand your lost look in an instant. They start to hush each other, which causes an even greater amount of noise. But in the end, there are dozens of eyes staring at you with a mixture of boredom and anticipation. Unique fairy tale. It's short and sweet, though at one point it gets a bit cruel. The youngest kid covers their eyes, which doesn't block their hearing in any way. As you get to the end, the tension disappears. The older kids clap for a bit, keeping their dignity intact, while the younger ones start to laugh and argue loudly what the best part of your tale was. Two girls start to wrestle, pretending to be the characters that you just portrayed. Seeing this, the adults decide to intervene. You stand up and the children do the same to show their respect. The girl that previously talked to you thanks you for your time. It was my pleasure. You're in front of the inn. Sleep. I should probably do this so we can still heal, because the wolf fucked us up. As you prepare your belongings, you realize the days are getting noticeably shorter. The closer you get to autumn, the less time you'll have before the beasts of the night leave their lairs. For now, it won't be too bad. Better make sure not to waste too many hours. Okay, game. I thought I was making pretty good progress for having 40 days. It's a calm, warm night. As your first sleep ends, you stretch out and prepare yourself for an active hour or two. It's time to take care of some things that must be done at least once every few days. Some that were a bit more challenging than your nightly routine. Check my herbs and other ingredients. Get rid of the plants that have failed to dry out, throw away anything that's rotten, wash my jars, fill them up. I still haven't found an alchemy table. I want to make potions. Let's do it. Save. Okay. This is great. I want to keep playing. My throat just hurts. So, we're gonna switch to... I don't care. Oh my god. I had to download, like, was it the, like, Google Mail or whatever the other day for an email. It just opened and fucked up all my shit. Hang on, this is gonna drive me crazy. Okay, I got it all centered again. What are you guys feeling? We could wow, I don't know how that fucked up everything. It fucked up all my, like, chat windows and stuff, too. We could go back to our Oracle of Ages rando. We could continue Earthbound Beginnings. I could do some shiny hunting. We could do some Isaac. It's been a while since we've done some Isaac. Meat clown? We can do meat clown. You want to do meat clown? Oh shit, I forgot I had a picture of Charlie Cheese. Fortnite? I don't know if my computer can handle Fortnite and streaming. I'm seeing a lot of randomizer. I feel like that's a good switch. Well, it's fresh in mind. But man, this game's great. Roadwarden, I highly recommend it. It's on sale right now. It's pretty. It's pretty neat. Is my controller plugged in? No.